Hey everybody, how we doing tonight? Happy New Year's Eve. Let's go to the chat here and see who we've got with us. Incidentally, we're simulcasting tonight. We're live on YouTube, of course, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. So welcome in everybody. Happy New Year's Eve. It's still early here in the Mountain Time Zone, 9:30. So we got a little while to go. But for you East Coast people, it's getting close. Gray Wolf Paranormal. Lindsay's here. Happy New Year, Steve, and all the crew at Mulder and Bittens. Yeah, Bittens is in there by the fireplace. Mulder's in here at my feet. He is scared to death of fireworks. So he's attached to me. He had a calming chew, and don't think it did him much good. Let's see. Mark Longoria's here. Callie Snyder, David Stewart, Jeanette Sanchez. Hey, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I did get your Snapchat story the other day. I think I replied back to that. David Stewart's here, 13 past midnight. Who's that? Oh, that's me. Davy Jones Locker here. Not much of a party here, Davy Jones, having just a quiet, chill New Year's Eve. Got a little bit of business here to do. Got 3 computers running here and an iPad and a Amazon Echo Show. Had some videos I was going to show you, but I didn't have them in the right format, and StreamYard wouldn't play them back. So get to that next time. Move that microphone over here. I'm actually not using that one right now. I've got the Shure SM7B, the Choice of Champions right there. I've got that one on. Everybody hear me okay? Let me know in the chat if I'm coming through loud and clear. Who else is here? Orphan Annie. See what she has to say. Happy New Year, beautiful souls. May your cup runneth over with blessings all the days of your life. Cheers. Well, cheers to you too, Orphan Annie. I'm having a coffee. That's about as wild as I get on New Year's Eve, at least for this one anyway. High-end prospectors here. Happy New Year's, everyone. I don't know if I can see the comments from Facebook. I can see them on Twitch. Don't know about anything else. There's Vixen Doe. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Loud and clear. That's what I like to hear. There's Thin Lizzie Borden. Happy New Year's Eve. Bree, to you and Gary. What a wonderful, wonderful card reading stream she did the other night. She did oracles and tarot here on 13 Past. That's going to be a regular feature. Some good readings there. There were some that actually hit 2 or 3 people in the crowd. I think it was amazing. Then Lizzie Borden, Bree, is very talented, very naturally gifted, a true reader and an oracle. Let's see, David Stewart, Glenn Dannison, Johnny Catable. Well, Happy New Year to you, Johnny. I don't think I've seen you here before, but welcome in. You're only a stranger once. You come back again. Your family. Hey, there's Tara, one of the writers for this channel. She's actually commenting from Facebook. This is the first time I've streamed live on Facebook, so I don't know how it works out of there, but it must be working okay. Tara, if I dropped a link to the StreamYard in the writers chat, if you or any of the writers here in attendance would like to come on and say hi, feel free. You can do voice and video or voice only. It's up to you. But good to see Tara. Very talented writer. Pam Smith is here. Happy New Year's Eve, Pam. Davy Jones says, how are everyone? Well, he could probably tell me what it is, but there is a National Talk Like a Pirate Day. I remember when I worked at UPS years and years and years ago, they celebrated that, and I was like, what? Like, I only need one key for my keyboard on that day. Arr! Oh, that coffee's good. In my Indiana mug, courtesy of Tiger Lily. I don't know if she's here, and I know she's going to be listening in, but I don't know if she's in the chat. It's getting close to midnight for her. She's on the West Coast. Paula Hawk, thank you for being here. Good to see you back. And I'm probably not saying it right, but the Mary Lwyd, if you don't know what that is, that's a tradition in Wales where basically they bring around a a skull or like some sort of I think it's a deer skull or no, it's a horse skull. It's decorated up and it's on a stick, and they bring it around to your door. And basically, you engage in a rhyming insult battle, a rap battle, if you will, with the Mary Lou. And if it gives up and goes away, then it goes to somebody else's house. But if you give up, then you have to invite the Mary Lou and all of her crew, whoever's operating the puppet and the entourage of that, you have to bring them in for drinks and snacks. So kind of like a Welsh version of Trick or Treat, but for a different time of year. But a very cool, very old tradition there. David Stewart says loud and clear. Thank you there. Another one from Facebook. Nikki Ray. Hi, Happy New Year. Good to see you, Nikki Ray. It's great seeing all these Facebook people in here. And going forward, I'm going to stream across everything I can stream across. Like I said, tonight we're doing YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. And I had for Bree's card channel the other night, the card reading. We had, I think, one person watching on Twitter. That's mostly a gaming network, but there are talk shows and things on there. And I think one time we had 17 watching on Twitter. So right on. Glenn Dannison says, get Mulder some doggy pot. Works for my friend's dog, just CBD. Calms him. Tried that one year. Somebody in St. Helens, Oregon made some cookies for dogs, and it was a little too strong. I had to, he wants to be right with me. So he had his little CBD thing there, and he was laying down beside me, and I got up later, and he just like slid off the pillow, all four legs up in the air, plump, over on the other side. I thought he was a goner. Mr. Mulder, I'm like poking him, and he opens his eyes a crack, and just it looked like he smiled, and he went right back to sleep. But the calming chews, I don't know. Sandy got him for him at PetSmart when we were traveling. He gets car sick sometimes, so she got him some calming chews, and that did seem to help. But they don't do much for the fireworks. And there's a baseball stadium, Diamond, right down the road here. I think it's baseball, softball. It's some kind of a ball and bat type thing. It's where every year they do the Connie Mack tournament. I don't know what that is. I heard people here in Farmington talking about Connie Mack. That sounds like a country singer to me. And here's Connie Mack. There's tears in my ears because I'm lying on my back crying over you. But anyway, whatever Connie Mack is, they have it right down the street here. And they're setting off fireworks down there tonight. There's some big ones too. And they started as soon as it got dark. Poor little Mulder's been a basket case. Hopefully I will be able to coax him outside after midnight. He'll just hold his pee all night. He gets that scared. And I know that's not good for him. Just let me silence my phone here so we won't have any further interruptions. Also wanted to say hi. They're not in the chat, but Layla and Gaz are listening in from the UK. Very special listeners, very good friends of mine. Gaz is on a darts team there in the UK and plays in some big tournaments. And he's got a shirt that's sponsored by Missing Persons and Mysteries, where one of his the names on his shirt there. So that's awesome. But hello there to all of our UK listeners. It's already, I think it's the new year over there. Let me ask Alexa. Alexa, what time is it in the UK?
In the United Kingdom, it's 4:41 a.m.
4:41 a.m. She's a nice Union Jack here. Okay, thank you. That's enough. Stop. I argue with Alexa all the time.
I'll remind you tomorrow at 1 a.m.
Alexa, stop. Okay, thank you. Sorry. We have a love-hate relationship. And Nikki Ray on Facebook there says, Happy New Year. I think I already showed that one. Chris Jarvis is here. Chris, I heard they're still looking for Santa Claus in Ohio. That's still some way away. Well, then, Lizzie Borden, you deserved it. You are, like I said, a truly talented and natural gifted reader. And she's been doing this for years. It's passed through her family. Her mother has the ability, her grandmother, and probably her great-grandmother. It's not something she just decided to do one day, like, hey, I'll do Oracle card streams. She's the real deal. So we're going to be making that a weekly feature. Come and see Thin Lizzie Borden and find out what the cards hold for you. She'll give you a peek beyond the veil. Sorry, I'm getting a horrible reflection on these glasses here. These are supposed to be reflective proof, but you see how well that works. Another Facebook listener, Terry Hall Brownfield. Happy New Year, Terry. Thank you for tuning in. First time broadcasting live with this particular setup on Facebook. And there you go. Bree says she got her first deck like 7 or 8 years ago and keep on shuffling. So kept on shuffling. She's no Johnny come lately, no newbie to the game. She's a reader that truly helps people and not just in it for any financial gain or anything, which is amazing. That's, if you have a gift, that's you're supposed to give that to people. You are given a gift and you're supposed to give it as a gift. You don't charge somebody, here's a gift, that'll be $5. Nah, don't work like that. Anyway, Shadows of the Moon. Love that name. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope 2023 brings all your hope and dreams true. Indeed. And that's my wish for each and every one of you. My wish is that you have whatever it is you wish for. So both of us wish for whatever you want for you. How about that? Is September 19th is Pirate Day, but is that also the date right now in Ohio, Chris? I said you were still looking for Santa Claus. Maybe it's not even Halloween there yet. No shade on Ohio. I mean, there's some big cities there. I love Cincinnati, Dayton, Cleveland. Okay. Dayton, not so much. That's Rust Belt. Cleveland's nice, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and all that. But there's some places there in Ohio. You can get out far enough. It's like Virginia, West Virginia, places like that, southeastern Kentucky. I swear the 8-track fades in and out in your pickup truck. It's so far out in the sticks. But I love everybody in Ohio. I love all my West Virginia and Virginia listeners too. Terry C. says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Terry. Let's see. There's Leyland Gas. I didn't think you'd actually be here. He told me you'd be listening in, but there you are in the chat. And just Happy New Year to you. I think he was the first person that told me Happy New Year when it was actually New Year where they were. He messaged me. What time was it there, Gaz? About 2 a.m. or something in the UK when you messaged me, and it's only like 8 o'clock or something here. But first person to wish me Happy New Year from across the pond. I've got plans to travel to the UK this year. I've been networking with some people over there. Like to go on a speaking tour. Mark Anthony Wyatt, fellow author, somebody that I encouraged to write his stories, and he did, and he's got 2 or 3 books out now. He's friends with the person that's the head of the UK Paranormal Speakers Bureau, and they've said that if I want to come over, they'll book me on a tour. Any part of the country that I want to see it all. I was last in the UK way back in the dark ages, 1980, 81, between 81 and 82. I took a gap year between high school and college, and hitchhiked / backpacked through Europe, mainly the UK. I was UK, Ireland, Wales, Scotland. I know that's not all UK, but it was a fun time, and I'd love to do it again. Don't think I'd be hitchhiking this time, though. It was just as dangerous a time there, but everywhere seems more dangerous now. Pardon me, I got coffee. My mouth leaks, apparently. Midwest Night Watchers. Love that name, too. Hi, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Glenn Dannison's here. He got a free coffee from Bigby's for saying shiver me timbers in a pirate voice. Hey, a cup of coffee is a cup of coffee. Hey, Kathita, how you doing? She's coming in from watching us on Facebook. Kathita, I started at 9 o'clock or 9:30 Mountain Time. And yep, I'm live. If you'd like to come in and say hi to everybody, she's going to be coming on 13 past midnight soon and telling her personal paranormal experiences. But Kathita, if you want to just pop in, message me on Messenger and I'll send you a link. It's taken me a while to get through all the chat here, but that's okay. That's what we're here for. This is just a chill stream. No parties, no disco balls, no fireworks, no flashing lights, although you can probably hear the fireworks out here. But love from Gareth and Layla. Thank you, guys. Alien Believers. Love always and forever. And that's true. Love never dies. Uh, Mark Longoria says Twitch is for games and girls in bikinis. Well, I'm not a gamer or don't look that good in a bikini, not even a speedo. So, like I said, I don't know how we'll do on Twitch. I don't have any of those windows open tonight, but as did what is. It is what it is. I think I said that wrong. I took Latin a long, long time ago when I was doing my pre-law. Bree, I saw that. She watched a guy on Twitch play a game called Stray, and it's about a stray cat. It does look very interesting. I love some of those unconventional games like that where you're not shooting things or blowing stuff up or killing people. Yeah, those Thunder Jackets. I don't have one for Mulder. I probably need to get him one. Although last year he brought me his doggy sweater, and I put that on him, and he seemed happy. Cathita says, "Happy New Year, everyone." Thank you, Cathita. She's in Rogersville, Tennessee. Sorry, didn't mean to dox you there. Rogersville's probably a small place. I've been through there, don't remember much about it. Who else we got here? Oh, there's Julie Van D. Good to see you. Happy New Year, Mr. Steven. Everyone from Colorado. I'll be New Year's Eve here for another 2 hours, 20 minutes when she sent that. I'm kind of behind here. Same, Julie Van D. I'm in New Mexico, real close to the Colorado border. I'm in Farmington. I'm about 40 minutes outside of Durango, just south of Durango. So I go up into Colorado every chance I get. Love Durango. That's a cool little college town. Went up to Silverton too. That's nice. I'd meant to go up there and ride the train in the fall. They have a steam train that runs from Durango to Silverton. Didn't get to do it this year, but looking forward to it next year. Okay, and then here we go. David Stewart is Connie Mack was an American professional baseball catcher, manager, and team owner. Well, they have the Connie Mack series here, and like I said, when Sandy and other people here, her and Robbie were still here at the time. Actually, I think Robbie might have been in Albuquerque already, but they were talking about Connie Mack, and I'm like, that sounds like a country singer. What's a Connie Mack? But yeah, it is indeed some kind of baseball tournament down here. They have a big time. Sounds like I can hear it from here if I go outside. It's literally down the street and then kind of down a hill, and they've got their baseball stadium down there. And then over on this side, up on the mesa, there's the high schools up there and an airstrip. So there's lots of noise here. And Edna, oh, you like the glasses? Yeah, I've got several different pair. I think about 30. They're all reading glasses. They're just so since I had my eye surgery, I had cataracts removed, and they did the implants, the lens implants. I forget what it's called. But if you're a candidate for that surgery, I can't recommend it high enough. I'd worn glasses since between kindergarten and first grade. They figured out I couldn't see. And I wore glasses or contacts all my life until 2020, I think was when I had my eye surgery. The intraocular lens implants. And I mean, I get out of the shower, I can see, I get up in the mornings, I don't have to feel around for my glasses. It's that's a terrible feeling. I've gone to sleep with my glasses on before when I had to wear glasses and flung them somewhere. And I had to find them before I could look for them. It was that bad. But yeah, these are reading glasses. I think I'm a 2.5 or something. They just magnify a little bit because I still can't see really fine print up close. And it used to be just the opposite. Before I had my surgery, I had to put anything up here to see it. Now I can't see anything from about here. And they do have a lens that would do that, but it was I think it's like an extra $2,500 per eye. And the insurance I had at the time wouldn't cover it. So it is what it is. But I like the reading glasses. I can see I've got 20/20 distance vision, but it's the up close and the fine print. Who else we got? Kathy Evans. Hi there, Kathy. Welcome back. She's been in a lot of our streams lately. Always appreciate you. And there's Vixen Doe saying hi to Layla and Gareth there in the UK. Pam Smith, I don't know if I said hi to you. I think I did, but hello. DR, Happy New Year, Steve Stockton, and the chat. And Omicron Theta. Happy New Australian Year to you. First listener that I'm aware of from down under that's wished us a Happy New Year now. Let me move this over here where I can see the time. So I want to be, it's about 8 minutes till midnight, a little less than 8 minutes in the East Coast. So we'll wish those people a Happy New Year when that comes around. Incidentally, the music you were listening to at the beginning, that was a gift to me from Cisco Murdoch's husband, Mario. He's a professional keyboard player. Used to play with Bruce Springsteen before Bruce hit it really big and then formed the E Street Band. But Mario is in a band called the Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. That's the real name. You can find them on the web. I think they're here on YouTube. But they're really good. They're one of the few bands that hold the sole distinction of having played at CBGB's in every decade that bar, famous bar on the Bowery in New York, was open. I went to CBGB's in the 80s, and I couldn't even tell you who I saw. It was early 80s, I want to say 83, something like that. But funny story that a friend that I'd gone to high school with there, I think she was our valedictorian or salutatorian or whatever. Anyway, she got accepted to NYU. Her parents were wealthy. They got her an apartment in Greenwich Village, and I think it's the West Village or the East Village. But anyway, I went up and stayed with her for a few weeks and just crashed on her couch. And one night we decided we're going to go to CBGB's. So we went down there, and it's in a rough part of town. It was back then, I'm assuming it still is. But saw whatever band, had a few beers, and had a good time. And then when we left, instead of turning the direction we were supposed to head back toward the village, we turned the opposite direction and went even further down on the Bowery and didn't realize it's like 2:00 in the morning, something crazy, scary place. Anyway, even in daytime, it was a rough neighborhood. But all of a sudden, we were just crossing this street at the corner, and this car like zips up and cuts us off. I'm thinking, oh man, something's about to go down. And there's a cabbie in there, and he's like, "Are you crazy? Do you want to be murdered? Do you want to be killed? Get in, get in, get in." It's a gypsy cab. It was an unlicensed cab driver. They have those in New York. Those cabbie medallions that you have to drive, they cost a lot of money. I mean, some of them hundreds of thousands of dollars. They like auction them off. I mean, I can imagine it'd take you a while to work that back off, but they have gypsy cabs that run around unlicensed. Hey, there's Tiger Lily in the chat. Hello, sweetheart. I love you. Almost Happy New Year for you. About a little less than 5 minutes now. But anyway, yeah, the guy cuts us off. He's shouting, get in, get in. Do you want to be murdered? Do you want to be killed? It's dangerous down here. Get in, get in. So he probably saved our life. He drove us back to the village, and we paid him handsomely. But only in New York do you have stories like that. Daryl, boy, I'm going to butcher your name. Zierlein. Happy New Year from South Central Tennessee. Love that part of the country. Now, I grew up in East Tennessee. My dad's family was from Middle Tennessee, Fentress County, Jamestown area. And I used to travel through there, going, of course, to Nashville or all the way down to Memphis. The trip to Nashville wasn't too bad. We used to go down there sometimes on the weekend just to see bands and things, my friends and I. But that trip to Memphis, that'll wear you out. Who else is here? Amy's in the chat here. Happy New Year to you and Jude and your parents there in Florida. Bet you got nice warm weather down there. Who else? Catherine McDaniel. Greetings all, having juice and rum. She's playing pirate too. You got a little bit of the captain in you there. Does anybody remember that ad campaign for the Captain Morgan rum? Pam says, I'm still amazing. I didn't know I ever was, but if I was, I still am. Thank you, Pam. Now, Miss Tiger Lily here, she can tell you how amazing I am. But she's a little biased. Excuse me. Yeah, we're just having fun here, just hanging out. Chill chat, chill stream for New Year's Eve for the rest of us. There's my sweetheart, the darling Tiger Lily. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. You only got about 2 minutes or so. in your nape of the neck, no, neck of the woods, Tiger Lily. That's a line from Caddyshack. People may or may not get the reference there. And of course, I swallowed funny when Tiger Lily gets here. She has that effect on me. Let's see who else we got. Oh, I love you, sweetheart. Isn't that amazing? She is just an amazing lady. She is the part of me that's always been missing. That's her right there. Hey, there's Sandy. Sup, Peps? I think she meant Peeps. Happy anniversary to Sandy and Robbie tonight at the stroke of midnight. 9 years happily married. Sandy, thank you for popping in. I'm streaming on Facebook too tonight. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Oh, Kari F, there you are. I know you used to be in Florida. I think you're in Chattanooga or somewhere down there now. Lookout Mountain, somewhere down that way between Knoxville and Atlanta. Chattanooga, South Pittsburgh. That's Bow Waters. You ever had to drive? Everybody drove by Bow Waters on their way to Atlanta or Florida. I always used to get accused of stuff when my parents would drive through there. Like, they'd roll the window down. Did you do that? And then it got worse. I'm like, no, it's not me. It's the chemical plant there. But that's where they had the famous pileup on the interstate several years ago. The fog conditions in there. It's like a 97 car pileup or something like that. It was crazy. But let's see who else we got here. Otter Girl, Happy New Year. Good to see you, Otter Girl. She's been at all streams lately. Another new, well, it's not, I'm not a totally new fan, but always welcome. And then Kari up with her ubiquitous sailor mouth there. I'm not going to say it because I'm on so many different outlets simulcasting tonight, but there you go. Happy New Year from Kari. Let's see. Sandy says she's down under too, just not as far. Yeah, she's down under me in Albuquerque. About what is it, Sandy? About 3.5 hours away, 4 hours, something like that. I don't know. But Callie Snyder, Happy New Year's, everyone, all the way from Hawaii. You guys have got a ways to go over there. And hey, midnight on the East Coast. Happy New Year, 2023, all you East Coasters. Tiger Lily, Happy New Year, baby. Next year we'll be somewhere together. We talked about Key West. We talked about New Orleans. Couldn't make it happen this year, but next year we'll be someplace hopefully warm to celebrate. She's always wanted to go to New Orleans. I said, there's better times of the year to go down there. It gets cold in the Big Easy. But Key West, New Year's Eve. Key West is like another planet anyway. Any of you Florida people or anybody that's ever been to Key West, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm going to have to change these out because they're doing something. Their eyelashes are getting okay. That's better. Now, these glare even worse, so just bear with me here, folks. Well, let's see who else. Hey, Amber's Paraworld, good to see you. Want to come back on your show sometime and talk? I had a great time last time we were on there. We're talking about you're the one that clued me in about the welcome mat. She said, if you got a welcome mat outside your door, get rid of it. That's just inviting something in. And somebody in the chat said, well, what if I turn it upside down? Amber said, oh, no, then anything underneath will come up and see it and come in. So I want a welcome mat that says go away. The one I've got right now says ghoulish greetings. That's probably bad enough. But and other things we talked about on there, don't say knock on wood and do it. I just did it. I call the face spirits. I call the wood nymphs, the wood spirits. Oh, bad juju. And I'm in the haunted bedroom here. This Studio B, my studio that I'm using. I use it now for live recording, and I'm doing streaming back here too. I usually stream from the living room. Studio A in the middle, that's where I've got all my audio recording stuff and musical instruments and synthesizers and things in there. And this is Studio B. It's got a bathroom right here. I love it. I love it. I just right there and go to the bathroom. Um, but this is the room that was previously haunted. I haven't seen or heard anything here in a while. So I think when I rebuked the spirit that morning, it took off. Carrie says she's in Red Bank. Red Bank Farm. They used to have that where they used to have some music concert thing down there, and like Charlie Daniels and a bunch of country and rock acts and stuff. I never went to it, but I heard about it. Actually, I think I did go one time. Red Bank Farm. I believe I did. Been to Antioch. Been to Bonnaroo. Been to all those different festivals at one time. There, the Shadow Knows. I said around here, the police are the most dangerous. I think you are. We're going to argue over that. Um, and Sandy, if you and maybe Robbie, I talked to Robbie on the phone a couple hours ago about some stuff, and yeah, I didn't know it was their anniversary, but I thought it was like yesterday or the day before something, but it's actually at midnight tonight. So 9 hours and 56 minutes and so many seconds. It'll be happy anniversary and happy new year. They got married at the stroke of midnight in Pagosa Springs, Colorado, no less. I've seen the third off where he goes at the hot springs up there look amazing. Tiger Lily, that's on our list. Pagosa Springs. I like those hot springs. I like the ones out in the Mojave too. Used to go to some of those out in when I lived in Vegas, out toward Death Valley. There's some really nice hot springs up there. Glenn's going out for his first smoke of the year. That's one of my New Year's resolutions is to quit smoking. I quit a few years ago and didn't touch anything for 2 years. And the way I did it, I started vaping and I just kept putting less nicotine, less nicotine, less nicotine till finally it was just vape juice. And I thought, oh, I can put this down too. Put that down, didn't touch anything for 2 years. And the place I was working at one time, it was just a toxic environment and a lot of stuff was going on. And one morning I wanted a puff of something really bad. Got my vape out of the drawer where it had been sitting for 2 years and it didn't work. And I thought, well, it just needs to charge up. I plug it in to USB cable, nothing. I open it up and the wiring is like ripped apart. I worked when I put it in there. I took it out. It's ripped to pieces inside. So I thought, yeah, I had to go catch the bus to the train. I had a long commute then in Portland, and there's a little Korean grocery store there that I had to pass. And I thought, I'll just get one pack of cigarettes, and I won't even smoke all those. Famous last words. It's an easy habit to fall back into. Layla, Gaz here. Been meaning to tell you, Steve, my son Dylan, biggest skeptic on the planet. He now works in a care home with his mom, Gaz's beautiful wife, Lisa. He saw his first ghost. There you go. That's what I like to say. A skeptic is just somebody that hasn't had the right experience yet. There you go, Ed. You always knock on wood. You shouldn't do that. You're calling the wood fairies, the wood spirits to you. And I love that sweatshirt. I don't know if you guys can read it or not, but it says, Steve Stockton is my spirit animal. She made her husband take the picture. And he's like, who is this guy? So my apologies to, I don't know what your husband, Elmer, is Aunt Edna and Uncle Elmer? That would go together. Anyway, my apologies to your husband and thank him for me for taking the picture. Tiger Lily, Happy New Year, baby. Next year. See where we are then. Okay. Uncommon Belief 21. Good to see you here. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome in. Let's see. Got all this here. Got 30 of you in the chat here. And that's just here on YouTube. I can't tell how many we got watching on Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch. But I am seeing some comments from the Facebook side, so that it is working over there. Tried to stream the other night when Bree did her card reading stream, but it was too close to time for it to start for Facebook to me do it. They want it to be scheduled, I guess, more than 5 minutes in advance. So, but next time, hopefully this coming week, we'll have Thin Lizzy Borden Bree back in here for another amazing, amazing night of Oracle and Tarot card reading from a naturally gifted, true card reader. Let's see. Hey, Jose, Happy New Year's to you, Steve, and everybody. Let it be the year you tread lightly, where you tread lightly with caution. Yeah, not for me, buddy. This is the year where I go hog wild. Here, hold my coffee. Watch this. Look at here. Got big plans. New year, new me. Me and Tiger Lily got plans. I've got plans for this channel, for some other stuff I'm working on. Lots of surprises. Hey, there's Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Happy New Year, buddy. Got an audiobook of stories written by Bigfoot Michigan Rob that I narrated coming up. Did Barton Nunnally's Weird World. I'm looking forward to doing more of those. That was the first in the series. And then today I released The Dark Woods and Other Frightening Tales from Joe Voss, excellent writer, friend of mine, horror writer. And Bigfoot Michigan Rob is on deck next. I've got all his stories recorded. I just have to edit them. And how many's in there, Rob? 10, 12? And there's a bunch of them. But that's coming soon. It'll be in the next couple of days. Indeed. Party like it's 1999. Remember that when it rolled over into the millennium. That was a good New Year's Eve. My mom and dad were still around. My daughter and I were staying with them at the time. And we had a great millennial celebration there. Shadow knows. I will check into that. The disappearance of Jessica Hamby and the death of Jeremy Abbott. Can't say anything because yeah. It's. I mean, I back the boys in blue. There's good ones and bad ones, just like everybody else. But in some of the cases I cover, these disappearances and things, the police really dropped the ball. And this, I think they pretty much done away with it everywhere. But the whole thing about having to wait 48 hours to file a missing persons report, and I can understand, sometimes they're runaways, sometimes people come back. But when it's obvious that they're missing, that first 48 hours, that's just time wasted. That's very important in any case. And Kathita says, ha ha, Steve, I don't know what you're laughing at because I'm taking my time going through the chat here and just howdying with everybody. Almost 10 minutes into the new year for you East Coasters. There's Donnie Cho, my arch nemesis, the villain, Donnie Cho. Couldn't he be a Bond villain? I love Donnie Cho. He's a great guy. He was here with me on Thanksgiving evening, and he was chowing down on some Korean hot wings. And I thought it was awesome. And then later he actually apologized to me. He said, I'm sorry for eating on your stream. I'm like, Donnie, don't worry about it. It was Thanksgiving and everybody dug it. The other day, Glenn Dennison, was that you that asked me what stream that was where Donnie was eating the chicken? He wanted to go back and watch it. So, Donnie, you and your Korean hot chicken, no apologies necessary, my friend. Let's see who else we've got here. Glenn's telling you Happy New Year there, Donnie. Those were frightening. I think he's talking about your Korean wings there, and I imagine they were white hot or quite hot. Let's see. Frozen Moments. I'm sorry. How you doing? Now, you're in Tennessee too, but I think you're in Townsend or somewhere over there, the quiet side of the Smokies. I love Gatlinburg, don't get me wrong, but I love going over to Townsend, float down the river over there. That is indeed the quiet side of the Smokies. I've gone over there and rented a cabin before and just chill out in nature, where Gatlinburg is the tourists and hustle and bustle and traffic and crowds. Same with Pigeon Forge. I think Sevierville's that way anymore. I haven't been there in years, but they even considered moving back to Tennessee, and I looked at some houses in Gatlinburg, but that's some high dollar real estate up there. I tell you, the place that I looked at, it was nice. It had been a lodge. Slept like 30 people, but it had a cinema room and a game room and fireplaces outside on the deck and two or three jacuzzis. I think it was $2.2 million or something like that. So have to wait a few years for that one, Tiger Lily. Let's see who else got here. He's in Unicoi County, Cherokee National Forest. Beautiful up there. And Kathita, she's talking to you, Thin Lizzie. Bree, I owe you a super chat. The show was over before I could get it through. Well, you come, those aren't necessary, Kathita, but they are appreciated. And anytime Bree's on and she's reading, whatever people donate, that goes to her. Now, we'll give you a caveat there. YouTube takes a good portion of that. If you want it all to go directly to Bree, she'll have there's a link in the description where you can buy her a coffee, buymeacoffee.com, I think it is. Or if there's a deck you'd like her to read for you from, she's got an Amazon wish list of decks. So you can buy a deck and it can be used for lots of other people. I think it's a great thing. But coming up on the next stream with Bree, we're going to be doing some giveaways. We're having such a fun time doing that, and it's been such a success. And the views have just been, a lot more than just about anything we've done over here. But I'm gonna give away some signed copies of my books. I'm gonna give away some Oracle decks that I have, and some other fun things. I think I've got some Sage that's still packaged up that I'm gonna give away. Some things like that. What we'll do, everybody that comes in for a drawing, your name will go into a hat. I've got a roll of tickets here. They're not in this room. They're in there in the fireplace. But everybody that gets a reading, I'll put their name on the ticket. We'll put them in the thing. We're going to draw names, and you could win anything from Bree saying there that she may put some of her. Whoops, same one. Sorry, wrong one. This one. She makes some awesome jewelry too. Maybe she'll throw that in. I've got some stuff that actually belongs to Cisco that I can pay her for and give those away. We got pendulums, like crystal pendulums, if you want to try your hand at pendulum dowsing, but something to do with the side of things that are through the veil. The cards, the intuitive things, and again, Bree comes by it honest. Mother, grandmother, great grandmother passed down through that lineage. There, she's not somebody that just said, "Oh, I'm going to read cards." So she has this ability, probably has since birth, and I know she's read cards for the last 7 or 8 years. Yeah, and it's loud too here. Bill Mulder's finally calmed down over here. I think he's asleep, but he stuck right with me everywhere I went tonight. But I do want to give a public service announcement though. In the morning when you get up, please try to keep your dogs and your children quiet, because the people that have been up shooting off fireworks all night will be trying to sleep. Thank you. I'm just being facetious. But seriously, if you do fireworks and stuff, that's great. But, cut it out at a certain time. There are people with small animals like me that the animals can't handle it. And you also have veterans, people with PTSD. And I used to have a friend in Oak Ridge. If a truck backfired, he would hit the deck. He had been in, I think he was in the first Desert Storm, and he had PTSD really bad. And I dropped a book one time and it hit the floor, hardwood floor, and he'd like dove under the bed as incoming. So do take some care. Be kind to your neighbors and people with small pets or small children. Yeah, Tiger Lily says it sounds like a war zone in her neighborhood. Excuse me. I was actually able to hit the mute button that time. Now, when I stream with Mimo Live, the other software that I like so well because of all the different things I can do, the playlists and things, there's no mute button that I can find. The only thing I can do is turn the camera and everything off. Or there's probably a way I could split the audio out into its own separate stream, but StreamYard at least has a mute button. Let's see. 10:16 here in the Mountain Time Zone, Farmington, New Mexico. 39 degrees and overcast. Saturday, December 31st, 2022, for just a little bit longer. Uh, no, Julie's laughing at me. So what do you laugh? Oh, my public service announcement there. Actually, I saw that on Facebook last year or earlier this year around the 4th of July. And I thought I don't care who you are. That's funny. But when you get up to count your fingers, uh, keep it quiet to keep your dogs and children quiet. We don't want to wake anybody that's been up all night shooting off fireworks. Yeah, there you go. It's just there are a lot of veterans that suffer that, and God bless them. Heart goes out to them. So I mean, freedom isn't free. Some gave all. If you and you live in a free country, think a service person. And any veterans we have in the chat, thank you for your service. I tip my hat. I'm not going to take it off. I would, and I'm not being disrespectful, but headphones and hair, I didn't bother to do much tonight. It's just it is what it is. Right, Tiger Lily. we each have our own little catchphrases, and every time I say hers, I owe her a kiss, and every time she says mine, she owes me one. And I think I was ahead till I did that one. But anyway, yeah. Now for you East Coasters, it is indeed Sunday, January 1st, 2023. You people are in the future. People of the future, tell me what it's like. Here in the past, it's still dull and boring and scary. And I had the strangest dream recently. Tiger Lily knows what I'm talking about, but in the dream, and she was in it, and another person, and this person was explaining to me how every photograph you see is a photograph of something that doesn't exist anymore. That moment, that's like that Dio song, you're just a picture, just an image caught in time. Well, it truly is, because if you take a picture of me right now, then the next second, my body has changed. I have new cells. Anything could happen. You take a picture of your house, of maybe a fly was in the frame that's not there anymore. The wood has aged a little more. And it blew my mind that somebody was explaining this to me in a dream, and it was a young person. And I was just like, that's just so profound. I woke up and it's just like one of those like, huh, that's true. Every picture is a picture of something that doesn't exist anymore. Not in that state that it was in at that very micro nanosecond. Ever how long it takes to shoot a picture. And I should know, I used to be a professional photographer, but I never bothered with all that. I was more for the art side of it than the technical mumbo jumbo. But yeah, I never thought about it that way. I hadn't either, Johnny, and I had that in a dream. So that's something my brain thought of and put this NPC in my dream to explain it to me. But yeah, photographs and memories. Interesting to think about. But yeah, right now, you people on the East Coast and across the pond, you're all in the future. Only by a little bit, but you're there. It's already a different year. It's perspective and how you look at things and how you think about things. I mean, I know that sounds silly, but I'm an insomniac, chronic, have been all my life since as long as I can remember, very early childhood. And that's the kind of stuff that rolls around in my head at night when I'm not sleeping. It's like, I wonder what that is. That, or what was the name of the little dog on Petticoat Junction? Does anybody know? Does anybody know in the chat? Yeah, here we are, 2023 for you in the future. Still no flying cars. I want my money back. We're 2 decades and a little bit into the 21st century now, and still no Jetsons cars. I want to, the little Jane, stop this crazy thing. I think Pam means it's a foggy night, but a figgy night wouldn't be that bad too. Well, I guess it depends on the fig and what the destination for same is. I'm always playing catch up. But you see, with that kissing game, I win no matter what. That's a win-win for the old Steve Areno. Yeah, Cathedra Gray, Insomniac. Uh-oh, Aunt Edna is pissed. What are you pissed about, Aunt Edna? This can't be a good thing. And oh, about the flying cars, yeah, and then no domed cities either. Remember, there used to be a show, a cartoon when we were kids, Sea Lab 2020, and then they took it later and put it on Adult Swim and made goofy stuff out of it. But when that cartoon first came out, the Sea Lab cartoon in the I want to say the early 70s, it was it was something funny. It was well, this is the cities of the future and stuff. And I really thought that we would have domed cities and things under the ocean. That's in the majority of the world covered in water anyway. In addition to looking at life on other planets, let's look at life under the water. But boy, I'd hate to be under there and it spring a leak. Holy cow. Just it bothers me to drive through a tunnel that goes underwater. Like anybody here been up Chesapeake Bay to I think it's tunnel, bridge, tunnel, or no, it's bridge, tunnel, bridge. You cross the Chesapeake Bay and you start out on a bridge and then you go down a tunnel and you go under the bay. And it's deep enough that big ships, I mean, like cruise liners and battleships, because you got a lot of big shipyards up there at I can't think of it's right there next to Chesapeake Bay, the Newport News. A lot of big shipyards and stuff up there, but I've driven through that tunnel a few times. I used to like to go when I lived in Tennessee. I'd go to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. That was my favorite vacation spot. I didn't care for Myrtle Beach and all the hoo-ha. To me, that was just Pigeon Forge with an ocean. And no offense to Pigeon Forge or Myrtle Beach, but that just wasn't my. And yeah, I've been up to the grandstand and all that, but bleh. Been to Mother Fletcher's. Anybody here ever go to Mother Fletcher's when you're in college? I don't know if that's still there, but that was a rite of passage. First time I ever went, that was all I could hear. Got to go to Mother Fletcher's. Got to go to Mother Fletcher's. I went. I was duly unimpressed for all the hype. It was just a dingy little dive bar with some pool tables and loud music and a bunch of drunk college kids. But I've been to Mother Fletcher's. I used to have a T-shirt. But just one of them things, that's something you had to do. But anyway, as I was talking about, I've been through that tunnel, Chesapeake Bay, and there's leaks. I mean, you can see water coming out of the walls, and I'm thinking, man, this would not be a good place to be if it broke or if there was an earthquake or something. And I think back to I remember anybody remember the Northridge earthquake back in California? I think it was in the 90s sometime when those multi-layered interstate overpass bridges, whatever they were, collapsed. They pancaked on each other. And you could see maybe about this much between this interstate and this interstate. And there were cars in there. And there were people in those cars. And oh man, that would be a bad way to go. Steve, the dog was Higgins, aka Benji. I don't know now I know it was played by Benji, who was trained by, let's say Frank Camp. I think he was the one that trained Benji, or was it Ken Weatherwax trained Lassie, and he was also the uncle, I think, of the Weatherwax that played Pugsley. One of them was Ken. I don't remember what the other one was, but I don't know that they ever named the dog. Uncle Joe just called him Dog. Hey, dog, come on over here. But was it Higgins? I don't know. I think I wondered about that in a time before the internet, and I tried to look it up at the library and couldn't find anything. Sharon Nolan, welcome in. Good to see you. Mark Longoria, I think I said hi to you. But anyway, yeah, the flying car would not be good for houses. Dogface. Pam Smith, Happy New Year's, mate. Well, Happy New Year's to you too, Dogface. I like your alien avatar there. 10:26 here in Mountain Time Zone. Automated maglev. Well, they've got those maglev trains, those bullet trains. I rode one of those in Japan, and it did look like a parking garage cathedral, except there was about this much space between the levels. I mean, it was probably more than that, but you could see the cars in there. That's a nightmare right there. But the same with that tunnel. If you're in there, and the same with you folks in the UK, if you've ever driven the Channel from across or underneath the English Channel, that would frighten the daylights out of me because there are some what they consider soft targets in that area that would be ripe for so people, ill-meaning people, and I think setting something off in the channel. And I don't want to give anybody any ideas. Don't you do that? But that would not be. Imagine being in a tunnel underwater, under the English Channel or under the Chesapeake Bay. Something happens. There's an explosion. There's an earthquake. The wall ruptures. You're in your car. You can't go forward. You can't go backward. You can't turn around. And the whole tunnel's filling up with water. That thing is long, too. Uh, I don't think you could hold your breath long enough to swim out of there. I couldn't. Cosmo says the fog is as thick as pea soup. We were talking about South Pittsburgh earlier, Tennessee, and the Bowaters plant down there where they had that big, massive car pileup. Does anybody know the details on that? I think it was like 90, I want to say 97 cars, 99 cars, something like that. Hang on here. Gotta answer a message from the future missus. What a lovely picture, hon. Thank you. And no, I'm not going to show it to anybody. When she's ready for her face reveal, you'll know. So I had to take time out for this message for my sponsor there. Now, Pam, I'm talking about South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. I think you're talking of a different, you're talking Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in Maryland. And I didn't know you were in Maryland. For some reason, I was thinking you were somewhere in the South. I believe you're from the South. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Uh, John Waters says there's so many Southern people. He called them hillbillies. To me, that's not an insult. I am a hillbilly, proud of it. Different from a redneck, very different. But he said that there's so many hillbillies in Baltimore and then Maryland in general, as they all moved north looking for work. They got as far as Baltimore and ran out of gas and just stayed. I love John Waters. Yeah, okay. British TV series a few years ago called The Channel, eerie with a complicated plot. Was it something like that where there was a disaster in the channel? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be caught. Underground period. I mean, anytime I ever go, I go in caves and stuff. I've done some of that. I've done some spelunking. I've been into some uh, underground mines and things. There's places out here in the desert. There's abandoned gold mines that you can go into. But boy, howdy, I would not want to be in there. And I think that's something that must have happened to me in a past life. Excuse me. So I have dreams of being trapped in a wooden structure where I'm down in a place and I got in there, but suddenly I can't get out. There's not room for me to fit through any of the wood that I say I have. I have those anxiety dreams that I'm trapped underneath some kind of wooden structure. And I think maybe it was a cave in or a mining disaster or something. Who knows? But maybe it's just a dream. But it seems awful real. And the memories. I mean, I wake up sweating and like. Whew. And I've dreamed about being underwater too, and holding my breath and swimming and swimming and swimming, and just can't quite make the surface. There you go. Yes, we are hillbillies. That's what they did. Left the hills of West Virginia and bought land and stayed. Now, I want to ask you something, man. Edna, I don't know if you've listened to that Weird World collaboration between Bart and Nunley, his words and my voice, but he talks about the Goat Man of Maryland. Are you familiar with that legend? And I'd heard it, but I didn't realize that they Goat Man, and the other horned devils, Goat Men. They're actually in a lot of different places. So, but the Goat Man Bridge is there somewhere in Maryland. Okay, a murder with body half on the British side, half on the French. So they're worried about whose jurisdiction, whose is this, sacre bleu. That could be a comedy too. That would have made a good comedy murder mystery. Brown Dwarf, all the way from LA. How's it going, buddy? Happy New Year to you there. We still got you still it's just 9:32 there in LA, 10:32 here in Mountain Time, 11:32 Central, 12:32 in the future, 32 minutes into the future. All right, Tiger Lily's gonna have to tap out. She's had a fun, busy day, went and visited her parents and stuff. But Tiger Lily, thank you for being here, sweetheart. I love you. Sweet dreams. I will talk to you in the morning. I love you too. Dream about me because I'll be dreaming about you. We dream travel sometimes. I believe that can happen. Um, Good night, sweetheart. Aunt Edna says she's heard of the goat man. Have you ever been to the bridge? I want to go there to the bridge. Last I heard, there was somebody, and it talked about it in that video that Barton wrote for me. Those stories that there was a lady that lost her life there. I think as recently as the 80s and the 90s, and I don't know if she fell, jumped, or was pushed from the bridge or what the details were. But that's a creepy legend. And if you go there, actually, it's on this channel. Watch the video I made, Weird World, and look at that picture of the goat man. I'm sure it's production photo, but there's this half man, half goat looking thing, and a body laying on the ground. It's creepy stuff. Everybody telling you good night there, Tiger Lily. And then thank you everybody for being so accepting of the future, Mrs. Stockton there. She's an awesome lady, and once you get to know her like I do, you'll see why. She prefers to just, she enjoys her anonymity. And I'm sure that, I'm gregarious, I'm YouTube famous, whatever you want to call me, uh, on that channel over there. Just under 250,000 subscribers, get 2 million listens a month. People know my name, and I've only been caught out a couple of times in the wild where people recognize me, but I've got fans, I've got friends, I've got listeners. That's my family. Yeah, Glenn Danson, we've talked about that. We're going to do a show together at some point when she's ready. And in fact, in due time, Kathia Gray, she's just, she's getting used to being with me, and I'm in the spotlight, and then, a little bit of that stardust is going to get on her too. So she's going to be in the spotlight by proxy if she chooses to be. She may be. I mean, when's the last time you saw Dolly Parton's husband? Sometimes when there's a couple like that, one of them. Now I've met Dolly and her husband. I wired her apartment or her house in Sevierville for Cat 5 internet several years ago, a decade or more ago, and then also wired her apartment. She keeps an apartment in Dollywood. I hooked up the internet there, met her and her husband. I didn't even recognize them. I got there. I was actually early, and I'm waiting outside, and nobody was coming to the door. So I'm just like, I'll just hang out here. And in a few minutes, here come this old beat up pickup truck up the driveway, and rusty, dented up. Guy gets out. He's wearing like a denim shirt with the sleeves cut off and stuff. Caterpillar cap on his head. I figure, okay, this is the lawn guy or the groundskeeper or the pool guy or something. Well, there's a woman in the truck with him. She gets out. She's wearing sunglasses, ball cap, had real short hair. I mean, like almost like a buzz cut. And then she spoke, and I was like, "That's Dolly." And they had been to Walmart, and it's cool. She actually donated the land to the Walton family or the Walmart Corporation or whoever runs all that. They're in Sevierville, so for them to build a Walmart, so she could shop at her Walmart and not be bothered or whatever. And yeah, she didn't have her wig on. She was wearing like a t-shirt, a flannel shirt, not too much unlike this one. Blue jeans that had the knees ripped out of them. If I hadn't heard her talk, I never would have known it was Dolly. Wouldn't have even suspected. She could have went right by me and went in the house, and that's the maid or something. But that was her and her husband, and it's amazing the people you meet. And yeah, And I didn't charge you any extra to wire the apartment in Dollywood. That was a simple, just I didn't do wasn't running what's the I can't remember the really high speed internet. That was what she had run to her home. The like where you got a trunk straight into the internet. I can't remember the term now. All that's so far back in the past. But I was doing the installation of that, and then at the apartment in Dollywood, that was just a simple Cat 5 run from the where the punch down was over to the apartment and punch down inside the apartment there and put the jack in the wall. So that I actually had a guy. Now the trunk of the internet, the really high speed internet, T1. It was a T1 line. She had this was back in the 90s. Dolly had a T1 line at her house. I mean, you got that kind of money, you want the fastest. And at that time, and I guess maybe still is, a T1 line, a dedicated T1 line was absolutely the fastest thing you could get. I mean, it was straight into the backbone of the internet. And but at Dollywood, that they might have already had something fancy thing run there. But the apartment there, I just wired it from wherever the box was, the comm cabinet that it was in, over to her apartment, and dropped it down. I had a guy. What's that guy's name? I can see the guy. He's some kind of weird hillbilly, like Cletus or something like that. But he was my the guy that I do the cable run from the boxes and stuff and do the punch downs, and he was the one that would do the drop downs in the ceiling. And guy had a big old logging chain, and he'd tie that Cat 5 cable to that, drop it down in between the sheetrock and the wall between the studs there. And I never thought of that, but that heavy chain would pull that Cat 5 cable right down to the bottom. Because I've tried to run it myself before, and you're up there, you're up in the attic or up in the ceiling, and you're trying to push that cable down through the insulation, and it get hung on something. Something happened, but he had about a 2 foot length of, I mean, big chain. The links on it were the size of donuts, weighed no telling how many pounds. But he dropped that sucker down between the sheetrock, right to where you needed it to go. It was magic. I wish I could remember that guy's name. He's probably passed away now. He was a old retired Navy veteran, been a key telegraph key operator, and went to school after he got out of the Navy. And I think he fought in Korea or somewhere like that. So yeah, he'd be real old now. But he used his GI Bill to go to college and learn computer stuff and electronics. I think he was working on a double E, electronic engineering degree. But I wish I could remember that guy's name. He's a funny little guy. Had all kinds of stories. I'd like to sneak up on you and scare you. Kiro sounds. I hope I'm saying that right. Kiro. You correct me if I'm wrong there. Sorry if I'm butchering it. But anyway, yeah, the true, not so amusing stories of an IT guy, network guy, hired gun. That's how I had my black eyed kids encounter. I was there was a comprehensive breast center there that they were going over from the dumb terminals to an actual PC at everybody's desk, and me and Cletus, I can't remember his name, he had been in there. He set up the drops for me, and then I'd do the punch downs and do the actual installation of the wires of the had a 110. They called it a ball bat, little punch down tool where you made those the connectors and for everything plugged in, and then I ran the network side of it too from the server out to the desktops. But that's what I was doing when I had my black eyed kids encounter. I was probably 2 or 3 days from finishing that gig, but it was good money back then. That was the wild west of the internet and computers and stuff like that. In 96, 97, whatever year that was, I got the contract for that, $100 an hour. And I mean, that's good money these days, but back then that was just incredible money. And it took quite a while to get that done. I bought my little, or no, I paid off my Miata, and then took I bought a motorcycle, and then I took my daughter to Disney World for her birthday. And we went to Disney World, Epcot, everything that was down there at that time, MGM, Animal Kingdom. I think Animal Kingdom was there. So we went back again in 2000. And sometimes those trips kind of get muddled in my head. or maybe it's 99 that we went down there. But anyway, we went in the mid 90s, then we went back in, I think it's in 2000, and then I ended up moving down there in 2004. My parents passed away in 2003. I went overseas for about a year in Southeast Asia. I was mainly in the Philippines, but I traveled all over. And then when I came back, I just Oak Ridge was over and done with me for then without my parents and stuff. My brother still lived in Knoxville, but he had a church to pastor and everything, doing his own thing. So I took off to Orlando and moved in with my niece and spent 2 or 3 years down there before moving to Vegas, and then from Vegas to Portland, Oregon, and then brief stay in Washington, then back to Oregon, went to St. Helens that time. And then from St. Helens to here in the high desert in New Mexico. So I've done my share rambling around, gypsy blood, wanderlust, whatever you want to call it. Oh, 10:42. And come up here in just a couple minutes. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to play some more music from Cisco's husband, Mario. And I think this is just him. I don't think it's the big fat pet clams from outer space. I think this is just Mario. Pam, my niece, is doing good. As I think she's still in jail. They got her in the county. She was doing 8 months, but I don't know when she started. I don't remember. But it was for failure to appear and not paying her fines and court costs. Typical preacher's kid, always into something. And that one could have been avoided. Go show up, see what they tell you, pay your fines. But you don't show up, that's a failure to appear. That's, they're not playing around. That's a bench warrant. You're going in. But yeah, she's a pistol. Some night when I wouldn't say the time. I have nothing but time. But anyway, I'll tell stories about her. I need to tell them before she gets out of jail because she may come and whoop my tail if she hears me talking about her. And she did used to tune into some of the streams. So said I haven't heard that she's out. I need to talk to my sister-in-law. I didn't even get to call her over Christmas. She's been in and out of the hospital and stuff. So anyway, but here at quarter till, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. I'm going to play some more Mario music for you here, and let's see, where did I put this? Nope, that's not it. And that's not it. I had this all set up for Lizzie, Thin Lizzie, the other night, because in case she needed a break, and then we didn't use it. But I've got it queued up and ready to go here. Why I went to Hong Kong? Well, that was just the path that it took. I flew, and say in East Tennessee, you got to go to Atlanta to start. So I flew from Knoxville to Atlanta on a little commuter jet. Flew from Atlanta to Newark, New Jersey, and then the leg of the flight that I was on, I didn't care. As long as I ended up in my destination, it went from Newark to Hong Kong, and to this day, that's the longest sole deadhead flight I've ever been on. It was over 15 hours. It was between 15 hours and 16 hours. But I'm telling you, when I landed in Hong Kong, I've never wanted to smoke a cigarette so bad in my life. And over there, I mean, they're civilized. I wasn't in an airport anywhere overseas that didn't have a smoking lounge. Here, the only one I know of that even used to have one is Atlanta, and I don't even know if they have a smoking lounge anymore or not. But most places you can't smoke in or near the airport. Years and years ago, when my parents were still alive, so it would have been prior to 2003. I'd gone to Bakersfield, California with my brother. He was holding a revival out there, and I just kind of tagged along. And I'd taken a different flight, and I was meeting him and the people that were picking him up at LAX. And I was outside on the sidewalk in my sock feet smoking, and a policeman says, "Hey, buddy, can't smoke." And I'm like, "Yeah, I can. Look." He's like, "No, seriously." He said, "You can't smoke there." He said, "You see that yellow square over there?" I swear it's like 10 feet away. There's a piece of concrete, a piece of sidewalk there that had a yellow block painted on it. He said, "Go stand in that." So I had to walk over there, and he said, "If you don't, I'm going to give you a ticket." And he said, "It's about $200." So I hightailed it over there and stood in this, literally stepped, two strides, and I'm in the little yellow square, and I could smoke there. Now, what difference did it make? I was outside, but there's places in California where you can't smoke in your car in your driveway, and I've heard that there's even places where you can't smoke in your house. I don't know how they enforce that, but that's what I've heard. But the funny part was when he wasn't looking, I stepped out of the square 3 times. So the joke was on him, and I went past my 10:45 here, but I'm still going to take 5 minutes. I was naked as a smoker. I'm not sure I understand that. Oh, marked. Okay, I was going to say I have smoked naked before in the privacy of my own backyard with a high privacy fence, but I haven't smoked in the house since my daughter was born, and that's been 32 years ago. And anyway, yeah, that was on that trip. I ate dinner, I watched a movie, I went to sleep, and I woke up and there was still like 8 hours to go, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, kill me now!" But there's not a lot to do. I took some books with me. I had the Da Vinci Code, I think, or not. It was a Dan Brown book, but it wasn't the Da Vinci Code. It was whatever his newest one was at that time. I don't think it was a Dan Brown book. I remember that much. And I had a puzzle book that David Blaine had written where you tried to solve the mystery or whatever and figure out the code and stuff. But did a lot of reading, watched a lot of movies and just goofy stuff like that, listened to the radio, uh, the in-flight radio, and you watch the little plane on the map and then places where you could see, looked over. But a lot of that, because when we flew out of Newark, instead of flying east, we flew west, flew out over Canada, and that was pretty cool. When we were close to Russian airspace there, the pilot's like, if you look to your right, that's the Bering Strait, and from up there, it looked like about this big. This is Canada. This is the Soviet Union or the USSR, whatever it was at the time. Bering Strait. Does anybody know how far it is there? I think it's about 17 miles, 30 miles, something like that. But from the air, it's like, that's, and they have to be careful. If you stray into Russian airspace accidentally, they will scramble jets to come see what you're doing. And see, that's the thing. If they could ever get everything cleared to where we could fly over the top of the globe, that would cut a flight like that in half or less, because you could just right over the top. But instead, you got to fly up and out and go around this way. But other times I've flown into Japan. Okay, Mark Longoria says the Bering Strait is 54 miles, but indeed it's teeny tiny. All right, folks, I'm going to play some more music here from Mario of the Big Fat Pet Clams. Now, this isn't that band. He's in the band, but this is him solo, I think. Let's see. The one I was playing was Mind Warp. This one is called Groove Walker. So here we go, and I'll be back in 5. Just realized I was muted. Ha ha. Sound should be back now. Sorry about that. Hit one button and not the other. I'm used to doing this with Mimo, and it's just one. So when you take the camera out, it takes everything out. You put it back, and everything comes back. Now then, it should be back. I'm just saying, I like that countdown. I was. Uh, thank you for that. Staying with me through the break there. That was brought to you by the Full Bladders of America. But it's nice having a bathroom right here in the studio. I've turned this into a YouTube house. I've got 3 studios here with a 4th one on the way in the other end of the house. There's an office and a loft out there. And so the living room, I do live streams from in there sometime in front of the fireplace. Studio A, right across the way here, that's my audio studio, audio recording, and also do video editing in there, but I don't shoot anything in there. And I've got all my synthesizers and stuff set up in there too. And this is Studio B, where I record live video and like interviews and things. And then I can go live in here too, if I so desire. So it's really nice. And let's see, I saw somebody else come in. Be Kind is here. I saw her come in when I took Mulder out to see if he wanted to go out. He still doesn't want to go out. He's still the fireworks. I got a little over a minute here before New Year in the Central Time Zone. So, but I hope you enjoyed that music. That's courtesy of Cisco Murdoch's husband, Mario. He's a member of the Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space, but that's just him doing stuff on his own. He's a wonderful, talented keyboard player. And he did those songs just for me, and Cisco sent them over to me. But Mario's a great guy. And Cisco, she'll be on tomorrow night. And then Monday night, I'll be on with her. And we're going to be talking about prophecies and predictions from way back, talking about here with us now in the future, and whether they came true or not. We're going to cover Nostradamus, Criswell, Sylvia Brown, Gene Dixon, Edgar Casey. All these people, we're going to go back and look what they predicted for us way back when and see how much of it's come true. Should be a fascinating show. So you definitely want to catch that Monday night on Cisco's channel. And Donnie, I don't know if Donnie Cho is still here or not, but I think he's on with her tomorrow night. He can tell you what they've got over there. And yeah, that didn't hit the button quick enough there the first time. I apologize, but the joys of doing anything live, I mean, that's just the way it is. And let's see here. I don't have anything with a digital clock on it here, so I'm just going to watch her with the seconds. Okay. Hey, midnight straight up Central Time Zone. Happy New Year 2023. Brought you in through the East Coast and now the Central Time Zone, and an hour left here in the Mountain Time Zone. I don't know that I'll be able to go for another hour. I will if my voice holds out. We're having fun. 32 people in the chat right now. We are streaming live to Facebook, of course, YouTube. That's where you are. Most of you are right now. And we're also on Twitch and Twitter. And I had some comments earlier from Facebook, but those haven't seen any of those in a while. I guess it's still streaming over there. Hey, Lady Nopingham, good to see you. Happy New Year to all of you people in the future. Indeed, we were just talking about that. Have those people in the future. Jackie's here, and Jackie's happy, or they're telling everybody to be happy. Lily Pond, hey there. She's saying hi to Be Kind. Good to have you back with us. She's bringing up the rare Pacific time. Yeah, I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. Mulder says Happy New Year. He's barking at the fireworks. He is not a happy camper tonight. Let me adjust this mic here. Sorry if that's making a bunch of noise. I got to get it right where I like it. You can just see the tip of it right there. But that way I know you're getting the best listening experience. How long have you been doing this for? You're great. I know it's been a while and I'm late to the party, but I like you. Hey, I like you too, Dogface. Like I said, we're family here, maybe a dysfunctional family, Island of Misfit Toys, but it is what it is. Hey, I owe you another one, Tiger Lily. But I've only been narrating for about 3 or maybe 4 years. I started out on this channel. I'd written some books And as my publisher likes for me to say, those are available on Amazon.com and wherever fine books are sold. I don't have some copies here within reach. I'll bring some in next break I take. But I'd written some books. I'd written my first book, Strange Things in the Woods. And that's just what it sounds like. That was stories I collected from friends, friends of family, other people that had experienced things. And that was the theme. If it happened in the woods, I wanted to put it, and it was strange, I wanted to put it in the book. There's some scary, some funny, some poignant. But Strange Things in the Woods. And then I wrote a second volume, More Strange Things in the Woods. And I started doing the talk show circuit going on. I've been on radio and TV and all the big shows, been on Coast to Coast. And Clyde Lewis got the #1 show in the country last time I saw the ratings. Coast to Coast used to be the big dog. They were down at #3. I don't remember who was #2. I think it was Jimmy Church. But anyway, I decided I wanted to do a YouTube channel. 13 Past Midnight was the name that I came up with. There was a couple of choices there. Cisco Murdoch from Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Portal podcast, she actually helped me pick that name. And out of the 3 or so that I had narrowed it down to, she said, I like that one. Go with that one. And I did. And I thought, and I was kind of a part of the horror narration community. Then that's who I was listening to and stuff. Kind of like Lady Nopingham here. She's an excellent horror narrator. And I thought, well, but what am I going to? Hey, is Mairead here? Ann Palmer here? Mulder doesn't like the fireworks. Hey, calm down. Barkin's not going to make it go away. Hey, there's Sachi Bell. Happy New Year to you, Sachi Bell. But anyway, I thought, well, I want to do this. And I had a few horror stories, some short stories and things that I'd written, some fiction. And I thought, well, I've got these books sitting here. I'll just narrate those. And also had, after I'd written the first 2, when I'd go on these shows and stuff, the host, or if it was a call-in show, like on the radio, listeners would call in and they would inevitably say, well, these are other people's experiences. Do you have any experiences, Steve? And I would tell one story another. I've had paranormal experiences all my life, starting the earliest I can remember was around 3 years old. And then saw my first full body apparition when I was between 5 and 6. And it just went from there. And it didn't scare me. It's just like, I wonder what that is. That's not supposed to happen. And there's a video on this channel called My First Ghost. Well, anyway, now I'm giving you the quarter version of this, the long version. But I thought, well, I've got these stories here in these books. And that was before I went with a traditional publisher. I'd published them myself through Amazon's Kindle Desktop Publishing, KDP. So I started narrating my books, and it just kind of took off from there. And I had written about disappearances in the Great Smoky Mountains. Bill Melder, the guy that created Missing Persons and Mysteries, he was kind of, doing his thing over there. And he had commented on my video about the Dennis Martin disappearance. He's like, hey, I like the way you narrate. I like your style. You want to come over and narrate for me? And I would get that occasionally. And it would, you go over and look, and it'd be somebody with, a couple hundred subs. I'll just, stay in my own lane. I like what I'm doing here. But at that time, Bill had he's like 8,000. It's like, wow, 8,000. That's a lot of people. And so I went over there, and just the magic happened. People like my voice, like to hear me talk about it. I like being the voice of those that have no voice. And I posted a thing on Facebook where 2 years ago, we had just passed 60,000 subscribers. And that day, 2 years here in the future, we are just about to pass 250,000. So 250,000 subscribers, excuse me. We get about 2 million views per month. So it works. Whatever it is, it works. And that's how I got started, figured out I could do this. I've never liked the way I sounded. I always thought I sounded like an educated hillbilly, and that's exactly what I am. Born and raised in East Tennessee, went to the University of Tennessee. I have degrees in English and art history, and both those and $5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. But and there it went. And then since then, I've written 3 more books and got more on. Well, when I went with the traditional publisher, they combined Strange Things in the Woods and More Strange Things in the Wood. I get people messaging me, writing to me all the time, like, what happened to that one? There's 2 volumes of this. Well, they were combined into one. and it's just Strange Things in the Wood. That's the first Woods. That's the first two combined. Then still have My Strange World, and then National Park Mysteries and Disappearances, volumes 1, 2, and 3. Great Smoky Mountains, California, and this is just part of California. I need to do another volume of California. And the third one is the Pacific Northwest, covering Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. And lots more on the way. D-Rock, I don't remember if I said hi to you or not. See if anybody else has wanted in here. Anna G. She's on the East Coast, Pennsylvania, 1 a.m., 1 hour into the future, or 1 hour into the new year there on the East Coast. So happy New Year there, Anna G. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see if there's anybody else here. Yeah, Mulder, he doesn't care for the it's turned midnight there. She must be in the Central Time Zone. So happy New Year, Sasha Bell. 7 minutes into the new year there for you. But yeah, Mulder usually doesn't bark. He usually just quivers. He was on his bed over here asleep, and then boom, 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 and then he barked, and now he ran over here, and he's right at my feet. He doesn't like the fireworks. Well, thank you. Makes me happy too. And I get that from people. Like I said, people tell me how much they love my voice, how much it helps them. It apparently it's relaxing. I put myself to sleep before when I was editing audio, listen to myself, and I'm nodding out. The other day when I was playing that Barton Nunley thing, I almost fell asleep during that when I was listening to it during the premiere. Weird World, but and yeah, I get comments all the time that people that have PTSD, fibromyalgia, chronic pain, anxiety, insomnia, they say your voice helps me sleep. I like to listen to you. And, if my voice helps people, then God bless them. That's just the icing on the cake. And my dad always said, find something that you love to do, find a way to get paid for it, and you'll never work again a day in your life. And I haven't. This is what I do. I YouTube full time, and I write books, and it's great. And thank you all, the audience, and my listeners and my fans, for providing you the opportunity to do something I love to do. And thank you, Lady Nopingham. I don't know how comforting it is, and I still haven't forgot that project that we were starting on last year. You even sent me your part of it. I've still got to record my part. Lots changed since then. I moved out of Oregon. I'm in New Mexico, this, that, and the other, but it's coming. You look for a collaboration between me and Lady Nopingham, just waiting on Steve to get his rear end gear and finish the rest of it. But I think you'll like it. Well, I don't know how fantastic it is. It was a lot fuller, and I this was a lot longer. It was like down here. So I'd had the whole entire like a ZZ Top beard thing going on there for a while. And I shaved the sides of it off in Yakima, Washington when I went up there to do a meet and greet. And Sandy and I also traveled to Mount Rainier. And I think that was it on that trip. Had a meet and greet in Yakima where I met Jamie. Haven't seen Jamie tonight. I hope she's okay. Maybe she's listening in. But she's one of the writers for this channel now. I met her and her mother, several other people there at the meet and greet. And then actually we took everybody out to dinner afterwards, and we booked a banquet room in a Chinese restaurant. So if you're ever near where I'm having a meet and greet, come show up. I give away books, hats, stickers, T-shirts, free eats, coffee. We had an open tab at this Northtown Coffee House, I think is the name of it, in Yakima, Washington. It's in an old railroad depot that's haunted. They've seen a white lady going up and down the stairs. We booked a room there and had a big time. I love getting out and meeting people, meeting listeners and fans, and giving away stuff, signing books, all that stuff. But yeah, I trimmed it then, and then I let it grow back out. And then Halloween, I shaved the sides again, and I kind of got this a little too thinned out under here, and so it's just kind of scraggly looking. Now I've thought about doing the whole Viking thing because it wants to part anyway, and split it apart and braid it. and then put the bones of my enemies or something in there. And the facial hair has really flourished. Yeah, and she says she qualifies that your facial hair, that is not mine. Yeah, like I said, it's been even fuller. It's been even longer. I don't think I have a picture of it when it's on here that I can show you, but I've got pictures of it. But you like that? You like Tiger Lily suggested that too. That maybe I should, take it in three and braid it and tie it off down here. I don't know. I'll do something with it. Might even just shave it off. For a while there, I just had the goatee, and then I shaved that off and did like the Hulk Hogan thing with the long mustache on the sides. That one, I don't think that was a good look for me. I like a beard, but like I said, it's looking kind of scraggly. It was nice and full, and I thinned it out too much, and now it just gets in the way and won't do anything. But we shall see. I'll do something in the new year. Sandra Pink Paranormal. Hey, Happy New Year from Quebec, Canada. Did I say it right? Everybody always says Quebec, but I think it's Quebec if you're from there and say it correctly. Braids and beards. Hey, good to see you. Angel of God's peace. I was talking to Anelia. Hope I'm saying it right. I never asked you how to say it correctly, but we were talking in Messenger, and she's got a really amazing story she's going to come on and tell sometime. And her name actually means Angel of God's Peace. Now, how could you have a name like that and not have paranormal experiences? That's what I want to know. Quebec, I say it wrong on purpose. Quebec. Okay, I was right the first time. And Anella. Okay, I was close. I remembered the translation, but I couldn't remember how to say it. To dread the beard, I could do that too. Some deadlocks. Cool runnings, man. Uh, yeah, I do need to do an East Coast tour. I've talked about that, and I need to make a run. Got people in Tennessee, North Carolina, all up the East Coast into New England that I'd like to go see. Have to do that sometime soon. I've got some stuff planned for this year. Haven't planned anything for the East Coast yet. I know they have some cryptid conventions in Gatlinburg and Townsend in that area, a couple of different ones. I'd like to go to one of those. Uh, but I'll make it out that way eventually. And right now, Tiger Lily's in Indiana, so I've got to get up there to visit her and see what there is around there. We talked about maybe going to Gettysburg the next time they have the whatever it is Cisco goes to, the Boo Bash or the Ghost Bash or whatever it is they have in Gettysburg. Here we go with Derek Ning. Am I saying it right? Happy New Year and the chat. Well, thank you there, Derek. A happy New Year to you too. And if there's anybody here that I haven't said hi to, it's nothing personal. Yeah, Anella is there in Missouri, the show me state. What are you going to show us, Anella? You'll have to stick around and see when she comes on the show. She's going to show us, or she's going to tell us about her. Just amazing, amazing experiences she had there. Unlike anything you've ever heard before. It's similar to stuff that I've heard, bits and pieces of it, but it is very, very unique experience that she had. That's coming up as soon as we can figure out a time to record it. I've got another girl that I'm supposed to record with her this morning, but it didn't work out the way our scheduling was. But she was living in the Bay Area of San Francisco, on the other side of the bay from San Francisco in Oakland. And she felt Mount Shasta's call, and she just picked up and took off and went and lived on the mountain, Mount Shasta, for 5 months in a tent. And that's a hardcore pull when something's pulling you that in. Now Shasta calls to me like that, not bad enough that I would go live there in a tent for 5 months, but bad enough that I want to go back. I've got plans to go there this summer too, and throughout the Southwest, I'm going to go to the Superstition Mountains. A lot of places here in New Mexico. I want to hit. I want to go to Taos. I wanted to go to the Dulce Base, that area, Roswell, of course, and the Aztec crash site that's just down the road. And actually, right here in Farmington, there's one of the wildest UFO stories that I had never heard of before. 1950, I think I may have the number of craft wrong, but I believe it was 100 silver craft and one red one that flew up and down the Animas River for 2 days. The Animas River is literally just down the hill over here. I could walk there. And don't know what that was all about, but I never heard of it. It was one of those, it was a part of Project Blue Book and got lost in the shuffle, was never released. And recently, due to some Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests, it was released. And there you go, boom. One of the, like I said, one of the greatest UFO events that I'd never heard of, and most people haven't. Manu, I know you've been here before, and I've asked you before. It's been a while since I've seen you. I hope I'm saying your name right. Yeah, Anella says she got stories. She gonna bring the woo. Missy Sterling wanted to know if I was going to be at the SOR fan meet in Vegas on Dave Scott's show last night. I have been invited. I'm trying to work out the details. That's in May. I would like to go. The UFO conference that I spoke at in San Francisco last summer, Dave Scott was the one that hooked that up, and they made me one of the speakers. And Dave actually opened for me. That was great. And Dave, he's a great guy. When he saw me, he was like my little brother or something. He ran over and gave me a big bear hug. But yeah, if I can work out the details, I will be at the SOR fan meet and greet in Las Vegas in May. And Tiger Lily may be with me. She's never been to Vegas, so I'd like to take her out there and show her a good time. I lived there for 10 years. Still got a lot of friends out there and actually have family there. Now, my daughter and her fiance just moved to Vegas. I can't remember if it was right either before or right after Thanksgiving. His mother gave him a house out there, really nice house too. So she's in Vegas. She used to come visit me when I lived out there, and she loved it and always wanted to live there. Now she does. So yeah, if I can work out all the logistics, Glenn and Missy, I will be at Dave Scott's SOR fan party in Vegas as one of the, he said, celebrity guests. I don't know how much of a celebrity I am, but I'll be there if I can make it. Yeah, Shasta. There's something about that mountain. Last time I was up there, I stayed in McLeod, which is just down the road from Shasta City proper, but I had a great view of the mountain. In fact, the place I stayed at is called the Shasta View Lodge. You can look it up online and see the views. In fact, I may have. Let me look and see what I've got in here. Well, you can't see it for me. Let me take myself out of it. Actually, I need to do this. There we go. Now you can still hear me. That's Mount Shasta. And then look at those lenticular cloud formations. I'm sure they have those other places, but that's the only place I've ever seen them. But when I was there, I was out about 2 o'clock in the morning smoking a cigarette, and I felt like somebody was staring at me. And I felt like that during the daytime too. And every time I would whip around, because McLeod was almost deserted, Sandy and I were kidding, like we were the only people there. The lodge where we stayed, there were several cabins. We were the only one there. And it's one of these things where there's not somebody there all the time. There's a key outside your cabin. You let yourself in. Somebody comes once a week and cleans and changes linens, or after you leave or something. There was nobody else there. We did have a bear visit us during the night. There was a light dusting of snow. Even that time of year, there was lots of snow up on Shasta. It looked about like that. But we had a bear visit the cabin during the night. As I walked out and I first saw it, Bigfoot. But then I noticed, the claws and everything. If you've ever seen a bear track, it's easily recognizable. and can't be confused with a Bigfoot or Sasquatch or anything like that. Excuse me. But the mountain, the mountain was what was watching me. I mean, I turned around and expected to see somebody, and it's the mountain. And you can't see it, but in the area that's just over my shoulder, this shoulder, that part of the mountain, about halfway up, I saw lights up there, like they were big lights, and they just kind of floated and glowed and winked out. And it reminded me a lot of the Brown Mountain lights, which I've seen many, many times. But the Brown Mountain lights were small compared to whatever was up there on Shasta. It was huge and different colors. I saw a yellow one and a reddish one. And I mean, it wasn't lightning, there was no thunder. At that point, there wasn't even any clouds. But it's a strange, strange place. But it has a pull. There's definitely an energy there. Now that's not a picture that I made. That's one that I downloaded. I did get one though where there was this really unique looking cloud across the middle way of the mountain, and it looked like a Bob Ross painting. It looked like somebody had taken a brush and painted a happy little long cloud in the air there. But I love Shasta. Can't wait to go back. And what did I have up there before? Also went to Mount Rainier. That's another beautiful mountain range. Take a look at that. That's beautiful too. Been up there a couple times this year. Went to Olympic National Park, Olympic National Forest as well. But pretty much I went to Mount St. Helens. Sandy and I logged a lot of miles in this past year. And as soon as it warms up, going to log a lot more. But out in the Southwest this time. Trying to find my background here. See if there's anything else I want to show you. Now, I was a lot heavier back then, but well, can't see it, but that's me and Dave Politis at Squatch Fest. I think that was in 2021, I believe. I have to do it as a picture, not an overlay, and I don't think I have it in here right. And there's me and Bob Gimlin of the Gimlin Patterson Bigfoot film. I've lost about probably 75 pounds since then. I like the way my beard looked there. But Bob, I'd never met him before. But I was with Lady Ann from KPNL Radio, and we were walking past his table. There's me and Dave, and me holding my books up there, trolling him a little bit. I had them down to my side. And when we took the picture, I held my books up there. Thanks, Dave. I'm a little bit of a stinker. All in good fun, though. I've challenged Dave to an arm wrestling match for charity, but haven't heard back from him. So anytime, Dave, do it like wrestlers. Anytime, Politis, I'll meet you anywhere, anytime you're going down. But it's for charity. I'd hate to whoop an old man's butt, but I'd do it for charity. He's older than I am. But yeah, we're walking by there, and we're headed to Clyde Lewis's table. Clyde's a good friend of mine from Portland. Him and his producer Ron Patton, Lady Ann. You can see just the corner of her off to the side there. So it was with Bob took the picture. But we were just walking past, and that old guy, he's like in his 80s, maybe be 90 by now. He jumps up out of his chair, and he's, hey, kid. Hey, good to see you. He runs over. He takes my hand. And he's got these cowboy hands. I mean, he's a real cowboy. He's got these big old mitts for hands. And he grabbed me with both hands, and he's shaking my hand like, yeah, good to see you. I got to go up here and talk to Clyde. I'll come back and talk to you in a minute. And we walked away, and Ann said, do you know him? I'm like, I've never seen him before. I know who he is. But she's like, well, he knows you. So the only thing I could think, maybe he listened to Missing Persons and Mysteries or something. He acted like he knew me. Called me kid. I don't know. I mean, he's old. Maybe he just was confused. But let's see what this is. That was just in June. One country, 20 cities, 73 places. And there you can see that we were in Yakima that time. That was the trip to the Quinault, I think that's how they say it. It looks like Quinault, but I think they call it Quinault or Quinault Indian Reservation. We were in Tacoma, Olympia, went to Aberdeen. Got a great video that I'm putting together about Aberdeen there, the Kurt Cobain childhood home and the bridge where he used to go and just hang out and hating his life there in Aberdeen. We went to Ocean Shores up there, Ocean Beach. I can't remember what the name of it was on the coast, but that was just in June. Somewhere I've got the one for the year. I'll show it some other time. But but yeah, those conventions are a lot of fun. Now here's three of my books. I've got this in here. That's the National Park Mysteries and Disappearances series, and then there's two more: My Strange World and Strange Things in the Woods. Just seeing what I've got in here, and that's me up on Mount Rainier, and I've lost weight since then. Even, but see how full my beard looked. I want that beard back. Shoe there's got a hole in it. Those are not my hiking shoes. 41 of you in here watching. How you doing, everybody? Good to see you here. I don't think I've got anything else I can show you. If I'd known I was going to go for this long, I would have loaded up some more stuff. Um, but I'm going to be doing these live streams often, so just come and hang out, and we'll talk paranormal. There's what I was looking for. We'll talk paranormal, all kinds of stuff. I love these streams, just off the cuff, and come and chat with everybody. And in case you can't tell, I like to talk. Now, Dogface is asking for their favorite Steve show. So you can send him over to Missing Persons and Mysteries, or you can send him to videos here on this channel, whatever's your favorite. There's about 250 or so over on Missing Persons and Mysteries, and that's just what it sounds like. That's the primary focus over there is missing persons, and always will be. But the mystery side of that, we get into some paranormal stuff. And in fact, our listener stories series, which is one of our most popular series, that's where people send their experiences in. They email to me. I read them and record it, play it back. There's some people with some really, really wild stuff. So go check it out. Subscribe over there, Missing Persons and Mysteries. Subscribe here if you haven't. You'll enjoy what I do. You can find me also on Bandcamp, stevestockton.bandcamp.com, doing spoken word and audio books over there. I've only got 2 releases up right now. I've actually made YouTube videos out of both those. So here on this channel, Weird World with a collaboration with Barton Nunley, and The Dark Woods, another frightening tales from Joe Voss. That's on this channel too, in a slightly different format. If you want it without all the bells and whistles and dancing baloney, just me and my voice, you can go to Bandcamp. You can listen for free over there. You can subscribe. You can follow me. It's free to listen, free to follow. But if you subscribe, you get my entire back catalog, which is only 2 now, but then you get everything I release. $10 a month. I mean, that's cheaper than a cup of coffee. If you like what I'm doing and want a way to directly to support me, because that money, I use that to pay my writers. So it's break even for me, but that I'm happy to do that. I like to read. I like to narrate. I like to help those writers out. Barton Nunley, Joe Voss, both great guys. I just wish I could truly pay them what they're worth. But I mean, we had a good arrangement. They were happy with what they got, but I'd like to pay them 5 times that much. Because it's not about the money, but I don't expect people to work for free. Okay, 11:30 here, Saturday, December 31st in the Mountain Time Zone, 40 degrees and cloudy. It's actually warmed up, I think. We're supposed to get some snow in the next couple of days here in Farmington. I'm going to take another 5-minute break here. I'm going to play you another song from Mario, Cisco Murdoch's husband, from Journey Through the Gate Portal Paranormal Podcast. And he's a member of the band, the Big Fat Clams from Outer Space, but this is just Mario solo. This one is called Mind Warp. Please stand by. Do not adjust your stand. Technical difficulties. That was the other song that was still playing. I just turned the volume down, didn't stop it. So now you'll hear Mind Warp, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Let me go ahead and cue up the timer here. Now, I've hit it just in time last time. So like I said, I was watching on my phone, watching the timer, but there's a delay between what's happening here and when you see it. It's about 30 seconds to a minute, I think, depending on the speed of your internet connection and the speed of the YouTube servers. But if the timer runs out, I will be back. So I hang out for about 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and I'll continue ringing the new year here in the Mountain Time Zone, and then I'm probably going to call it a night. I don't think I can make it through the Pacific Time Zone. And my voice is already. I mean, it's different when I narrate because I usually knock that out pretty quick. But I've been going here for a little over 2 hours now, so even my voice will give out. All right, we'll be right back after this brief musical interlude from Mario of the Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. This one's called Mind Warp, and I'll see you in 5. Make sure it's going to play. There we go. Enjoy. I'll be right back. And we're back. Made it back just a little bit early. Remembered to unmute the microphone this time. And there, once again, Cisco Murdoch's husband, Mario, from Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. You can find them on YouTube and at www.bigfatpetclamsfromouterspace.com. Boy, that's a mouthful. Cisco likes those long titles too. Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Portal Podcast. And then there's a book that we wrote together called We're All Children in the Wilderness of the Afterlife, a guided tour through a haunted life. Took me about 2 years to be able to say that. But see what a difference to the beard, how it used to look. I want that beard back. That's what I'm going toward if I have to just cut it off and then start growing it again, which would be the umpteenth time I've done that. But Enzo, Cyril, welcome in. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you. See if anybody else made it in while I was away. But Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, McLeod Falls has the fairy stories. I think it's the middle fall. I think the hardest one to get to. You can basically park and walk to the bottom one, and you can drive up or hike up to the one on top. But the one in the middle, hard to get to. That's where they've seen the fairies. And I covered that in my National Park Mysteries and Disappearances. I have a chapter about Shasta and some of the stuff there, and I've covered it. And there's a video here on this channel and a couple different Shasta videos over on Missing Persons. And let's see here. But I liked McLeod. I don't think he's here tonight. Bravehorn. He's my Native American buddy that lives up there in McLeod. Met him, gave him a hat and some tobacco. That's a traditional Native gift. I'm Cherokee on my father's side. My dad's grandmother was full. His mother was a half. He's quartered. I'm an eighth. So just barely make it in there. But actually, I think you can claim if you're like a 16th or a 32nd. So my daughter, and then her, if she has children, they could technically call themselves Native American. I don't claim any affiliation, but I'm Cherokee. And the main reason it's hard for us to find our family on the rolls. We know who my great grandmother was, and but the courthouse there in Jamestown, Tennessee, was burned during the Civil War, and that's when all the records, the marriage records, and all that perished. And so we're is you have to have provenance before they'll put you on the roll for the tribe, the Eastern Band of the Cherokee would be the band, but. Brad Dorf says from Oregon, I'm at 1.5 hours to Mount Shasta. Brad Dorf, I was thinking you were in LA. Did you move or am I confused? Wouldn't be the first time. Let's see. Thanks everybody for sticking around here with me tonight. We've got about 19 minutes before New Year's here in thinner man, thinner beard. Yeah, I lost a lot of weight, but I haven't. And I weighed the same pretty much all my adult life until I started taking blood pressure medicine, and I put the weight on just like that. Gained a lot of weight in a hurry, and it's taken a while to get it off. I don't have any hippie photos of me that I can show here tonight. I mean, not because of what they are. I just don't have them loaded up in the StreamYard. But I've got some where my biker, or my daughter said, look like a biker, or look like I was trying out for a Slayer tribute band. I'll find those and show them one night. Oh, Metal Gaming, good there. Don't walk alone or get separated when hiking the mountains. A mountain lion will wait till you are alone, then strike with a fierce bite. Then hungry, take you up and down in a cave, and you are gone forever. That's true. There are animal predation out there. There are animal attacks. And a lot of people try to explain the missing with that. But I've seen forensic photos, crime scene, if you want to call it that, photos of a big cat attack. There's evidence. There's blood evidence. There's tissue evidence. There's body fluid evidence. There's torn clothing. I mean, a cat, a bear, anything like that, they won't eat your boots. They won't eat your belt buckle. They won't eat your pants. So some of those that people, oh, a big cat must have got him. Well, there's no evidence of that. You can't say it was a big cat. Hey, Chris Holm, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, Cisco, that's a fun show. Like I said, I'll be over there Monday night talking about prophecies and predictions in the past and to see if they did line up indeed with us here in the future. Going to be covering Nostradamus, Edgar Casey, Criswell, Gene Dixon, Sylvia Brown, and I think a couple more that Cisco mentioned. So, yeah, it's me, Mario. That's Cisco's husband over there. He's a great guy. Hope you enjoyed that music, but look for them on the web. Just Google Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. And like I said, they're one of the few bands that has the distinction of playing in every decade that CBGB's was open. So they're a good group of guys. And Mario played with Bruce Springsteen before Bruce Springsteen ever hit big. Okay, Julie Van D. Well, I'll see you a little farther on down the road. Mulder, he's too far away for me to hug me right now. But you hug all your fur babies, all 8 of them, and tell them Steve said hi. Thanks for joining us, Julie. And I think that was before I went on break that was up there. So, excuse me. I don't think there's anybody new in here that I haven't already said hi to, but thanks for joining me tonight. 35, we had 40 something in here at one time. I'm actually surprised. I figured it would be pretty sparse. I thought it might just be me talking to myself, which that's talk to Mulder and Bittens a lot, but they don't have much to say back. Now, Anelia, am I saying that right? I keep forgetting. Mrs. Gottfried there, Angel of God's Peace is what it translates to. Anila. You showed me how to say it a minute ago. Anyway, she's got a question. So have a lot of you had paranormal experiences or just fans? If you've had a paranormal experience, drop a 5 in the chat. We'll just take a little straw poll here. I'd be willing to say that just about everybody here has indeed had some sort of paranormal experience, or maybe not. Hey, hi, Laura Rose Renee. So we are still broadcasting on Facebook. And that's the first Facebook comment I've seen in a while. We got a few there at first. But Laura Rose Renee messaging in from Facebook. We're also streaming live on Twitter and Twitch, 11:45 p.m. here in Farmington, New Mexico, Mountain Time Zone, 40 degrees and cloudy, rolling up on midnight in a new year. Let's see. Anella. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna fake it till I make it. I'm gonna remember it. Anella. Just get rid of the I and one of the N's. Anella. Okay. But I remember the translation. Angel of God's Peace. There you go. Hey, Laura Renee Rose again there. Still streaming on Facebook. So good deal. That's the first time I've streamed over there through this particular software. And we are not only YouTube, Facebook, but Twitter and Twitch. So, okay, there's this. Yeah, I see a lot of 5s here. Of course, Sandra Pink Paranormal has. Dogface has. Chiro, I'm not sure how to say your name, but Paranormal Experiencer there. Laura Rose Renee is an experiencer. A lot of you here. I am. 5 in the chat from Steve. You had an experience I wrote you about. Now, was that one that we've covered on the listener stories over on missing persons? Because there's some that I haven't gotten to yet. Ghost Dragon ZW says, all my life. That's me from, hey, Walaki Amelino. I hope I'm saying that right. What a lovely name. Now, is that native or is that Pacific Islander or that could be either one. It sounds native to me, but I love that name. 5-ish. Okay, so they got a kind of a one on the fence there. Laura Rose Renee, I'm not sure. If you drop me an email, stevestockton81@gmail.com, or since you're on Facebook, if we're friends, hit me up in my DMs, or even if we're not friends, send me a DM. I'll get it anyway. And I will remind me a little bit about your story. I'll check and see. If I haven't covered it, I will in the next batch because occasionally they get lost in the shuffle. Some of them go to the channel email, some of them go to my email, and get wires crossed in there. I've probably got a few that I haven't ever done that I need to dig back through this year's email. Okay, we are friends. Okay, okay. But I will make sure that I do it. I'll look for your DM in there and see. Yeah, indeed. There. Happy New Year, Ghost Dragon ZW. And let's see, what is the 33 watching now? If it was some fall off, I think the highest I saw it here was 40 something, but that's still good. Like I said, I thought tonight, I knew it needed to be boom or bust. I figured either people had something better to do or they're like me and didn't have anything to do. I'm not a partier. New Year's Eve, just another night for me. Like I said, it's always stay here and keep Mulder company because the boom booms upset him. So nice, quiet, chill stream, and we've had a lot of fun. Talked a lot here. We're coming up on 10 minutes before midnight here in the Mountain Time Zone. Um, I don't know what it's like on Facebook. The easiest place is YouTube. Go to YouTube and search for 13 past midnight. And like I said, I don't even have Twitch open here to monitor the stream. I did last night or with the Thin Lizzy Borden's excellent card reading oracle over there. We streamed that to several different locations. Let me pop over onto Twitch real quick while we're waiting on the next few minutes to pass by. Let me log in over here. I think it's just 13 past midnight over there. Now it's talking to me. Let me go to my channel. I can't tell how many, if any, are watching in Twitch. Again, we've just started streaming over there, doing the simulcasting to a lot of different places. There's even more that we can stream to. We'll be going on Facebook for Thin Lizzy's next card reading. Really looking forward to that. We're going to be doing some giveaways. Be sure and be here for the next Oracle card reading coming up. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here to Twitch in there if anybody wants to. I don't think there's anybody watching over there, but Twitch is one of those things you never know. And let me go ahead and I'll do Twitter here too. I did have, I think there were 17 watching Bree do the stream over on Twitter. That's the first time I've ever done anything, produced anything live. I produced that stream and just let her do everything on camera. But yeah, it looks like there are no viewers on Twitter this time. There may have been some earlier. But again, that's a new format. Start talking to myself there. And if for whatever reason you want to watch it on, hey, Dandy Bubbles, good to see you. Happy New Year. You watch okay, there we go. That's somebody from Twitch. There's one. Oh, watch me on YouTube here on 13 past midnight and over on Missing Persons Mysteries. There we go. There's my Twitter. Now that was before I really got started and everything else. Strange and Odd. That was what I picked because that's stuff that I like. Dogface. There is one other stream of Thin Lizzy here. The first one we did a couple of weeks ago. Again, an excellent show. It just gets better and bigger every time. I was surprised at the turnout, and I think it'll be even bigger next time. We're streaming on several different platforms, and we're doing a giveaway. I'm going to be giving away signed copies of my books, some Oracle card decks, some Sage. I think Then Lizzie said she had some jewelry. I've got some stuff that actually belongs to Cisco that I can pay her for, and give away some crystal pendulums if you want to do your own pendulum dowsing. So we're going to have fun the next one. But take a look at those last two, and when we do have signups for those, get in there quick because space fills up fast. I think we read for about, or she read for about 30 people. Maybe not that many, but anyway, it was fun, and she, like I said, she's natural, she's talented, she's not somebody that just decided to do it for financial gain. She does it. She's been doing it for like 8 years. She does it to help people. She comes by it through her family, her mother, her grandmother, her great grandmother. They were always all intuitives and seers and mystics to a degree. She's got that the Nordic blood and then Aztec, Native American blood in there too, and Mexican blood in there too. Nice mix. I mean, that makes for a tremendous mix because all those cultures have different things that they do as far as divining the future or the cards. I mean, I've never seen anybody as good with the cards as than Lizzie is, and it's amazing to watch. And she read for me, and it was both streams that she's done, she read for me, and it was absolutely spot on. She read for my girlfriend, future Mrs. Stockton, Tiger Lily, and it was bang boom, just like it was there. This last time I got the Page of Wands. They called it, so it was the valet of something it was the Guillermo del Toro deck, which I love the artwork for. And but if you look up the page, or the Page of Wands, in the regular tarot meanings, it nailed me to a T. And that's just a one card draw. I think some other time, maybe privately, I'll have her do a full reading for me, either do a 3 card or do a Celtic Cross reading, or there's so many different ways you can go with that. And it's it's amazing to a natural reader like that. Pam Smith, yeah, that's kind of already a done deal. She announced it in the chat the other night. She was here. She called me her future hubby. We'd already talked about it, but sometime in the future, the not too distant future, and she's gonna maybe join me on some streams coming up. I'd like she and I to do a show together. We have a connection that it was instantaneous. I've never met anybody that I believe past lives thing. I believe there's stuff like that there at work. We are twin flames. We're intertwined. We're soulmates for sure. And I've heard people say that, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But until it happens, until you feel that connection, boom. I mean, it was like a jolt of electricity. It's like, I know this woman. When we first started talking, we both had that feeling like we've known each other before. We've been together. I know what her hand feels like in mine. I know the way her hair smells. Stuff that I'm remembering that's not from this lifetime. It's incredible. Almost swore there. It's effing incredible. Now there's an endorsement from Steve Stockton. But anyway, and yeah, Catheta Gray said, well, thank you there, Dogface. Catheta's had 2 readings from Bree. She said hers were accurate as well. They were just eerie accurate. And it was funny that, not in a funny haha way, but in a funny, strange way, some of the readings she were doing was resonating with other people. Like Amy that's in the chat, she was having something about her mother. Well, she was reading for another person, but it resonated with Amy about what she was going through with her mom and stuff, and just boom, mind blown. So that can happen too when you've got somebody that's that gifted and that talented, and it's flowing through them. It can go any different number of directions. A little over 3 minutes left till midnight here and there you go. Chris Holm got a reading. She did a reading, and I could easily see where it clicked in my. Now, was that the one she did for you, or the one she did for somebody else? Because that was the amazing thing, how it would resonate sometimes with 2 or 3 different people. Yep, I heard no massive fart here. That's probably the fireworks outside. Mr. Mulder can really crank them out sometimes, but his are silent. I'm the guilty party if it's a noisemaker, if it's a party favor. But it wasn't me. Might have been the ghost. This is a haunted room here where I have Studio B set up. Actually, the whole house is like, yeah, I'm hearing stuff outside now. That's the whatever kind of fireworks they're setting out. And again, public service announcement. Please remember in the morning when you get up, try to keep your dogs and children quiet because the people that were up all night blowing off fireworks are trying to sleep. I'm being silly there. But seriously, enjoy your fireworks, enjoy your New Year's Eve, but think of your neighbors. Think of people with small dogs like me. Think of people that are veterans that when they hear those booms, they're right back in whatever battlefield they were on. And you know, it's PTSD is a real thing. So enjoy, but you know, within limits. And thank you to all our veterans out there for your service to our country. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe that's a new catchphrase, Kathita. Got to tell you another one. I'll tell you in a private message. I've got a really good one, but it's not family friendly at all, unfortunately. And I was doing some of this Paul Harvey style stuff. Does anybody hear this? By I can tell by your age here, or tell your age by if you remember Paul Harvey. Hello, Americans. And then he would go and good day. You know, he'd tell some big hairy tale. And at the end, there would always be a twist. And then he said, that's, or and now you know the rest of the story. Good day. But I used to love Paul Harvey. And he was so iconic. And I like his cadence and the way he would speak and stuff. Uh, he had a way of doing these pregnant pauses. He would tell you part of the story, and then he would stop and then he would continue the rest of this. You know, it is, he was, there's never been anybody like him. But I was doing some Paul Harvey stuff and I was trying to think of a catchphrase. I've got some, this is for other stuff I'm working on. And it's almost midnight. I'll pause my story here. Hit the pause button on Steve. Yay! Happy New Year. Here where I'm at. I'm in the future. You Pacific people, Pacific time zone West Coasters. Hello from the future. It looks just as bleak as the past. No, actually, 2023 is going to be a good year. It's my year. New year, new me. A lot of new things, big things happening. Tiger Lily and I got plans, got travel plans, channel plans, stuff for here, stuff for missing persons, stuff for other channels that you all aren't even aware of yet that are in the works, but big stuff coming on. And there we go, Booty's Emporium. Excuse me, Happy New Year from Australia, which is the next day. Ha 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 ha. So ha ha, there we go. They're a day in the future. But cheers to the folks down under. So happy New Year's to the Mountain Time Zone. So we've covered we've covered three up to mine, and I don't think I can hang with you to ring in the Pacific. Let's see what do we got. I got 39 watching though. I don't know, maybe 42. Depends on where I look. This says 39. That says 42. Let's see how far I can go. Yeah, Booty's Emporium is going to send us the lottery numbers for the future. Now that would be some useful information. But anyway, I was talking about this, and I came up. I've got some of these stories that are Paul Harvey like, and you tell a story, you tell a story, you tell a story, and then at the end there's a twist. And my catchphrase was, I don't want to say it on here because we're going out to all these platforms, but ain't that some S word? Ain't that some poop emoji? Well, ain't that some? And then ain't that some beep? And it cracks Tiger Lily up, but she's like, I don't think you better use that. But think of how good that would look on merch. Ain't that some? I'd wear a T-shirt with it on it. So, hey, Steph Dickey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you there. But there you go. 2 minutes in the future here. 2 minutes into the new year. And I'm about ready for just a short break. Hey, Tim Culhaney, am I saying that right? You are number 40. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, I've seen it higher. It's kind of ebbs and flows. Like I said, I didn't know what would happen tonight. I didn't know if now this is a small stream compared Christmas Eve when I went live over on Missing Persons and Mysteries. I had several hundred in there watching, but a lot bigger audience over there. We've got like 250,000 subscribers and get 2 million views a month. But this is good for the stream here. I like a small. We're working the small crowd tonight. Playing a small house. I like that. It's more personal. It's more intimate. I know just about everybody here. There's a few of you that's new, and good to see you. And hopefully you'll come back. You're only a stranger here once. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back to start wrapping it up. I don't have any other songs from Mario. Would you like to hear one of those again? Either Groove Maker or Mind Warp. Type either one of those in the chat, and I'll play whatever I see first. Go. Groove Walker, or Mind Warp. Whoever types it in first. That's the one I'll pick. Fast Timmy, taking the gold there with Mind Warp. Okay, this Cisco Murdoch's husband Mario, who is a member of the Big Fat Pet Clams from outer space, but this is him on his own. So here we go, and let's start the music, and I'll be back right after this. Here we go. And it was already playing, but this time I caught it. So I'm going to turn up the volume, then start it back. Happy New Year. And we're back. Let me go ahead and turn that music all the way down there. I wish this had a better slider control. It's hard to fade it out. I'm an old school like radio guy where you would do the ducking yourself, where like you turn the music down just enough to talk over it, blah 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 blah, and then you slide the fader back up. But can't do it in StreamYard. I'm trying to figure out a way that I could, because I've got all kind of mixers and musical stuff in all parts of the different house, all kinds of audio equipment. I was trying to think of a way that I could map a digital fader, through an actual fader unit, and then connect that through USB and use it to control the sound in StreamYard. But it's not that advanced yet. StreamYard isn't, and this is the pro version. This is the best you can get. 1080p HD, at least on YouTube. I don't know if it's in high def on the other on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, but this is as good as it gets right here. Well, it could go up to 4K. I don't know if it handled it. I've actually got a 4K camera over here, but I'm using this 1080p HD up here. So eventually we'll have a multi-camera setup and a video switcher, so I can give you different angles and cut to this and that. And when I stream from the living room and there with the fireplace, I've got a 72-inch monitor in there that I show stuff behind me on, but haven't got to use that much. It's hard to get the lighting just right without washing the monitor out. But anyway, that was Mind Warp from Mario, Mr. Cisco Murdoch. I can't pronounce his name. I think it's Cicerello. It's Italian, and I don't want to get it wrong because he might break my kneecaps. But no, seriously, Mario's a great guy, and that Mind Warp and Groove Walker, those are custom songs for me that he made those and gave them to me as a gift. So, yeah, that's good. Don't you love friends like that are talented and creative? I mean, you got people like Thin Lizzy and Mario and all my writers and everything over here. I've got a very, very talented group of people here. And Fragile, it must be Italian. There you go. A Christmas Story. Everybody watched that this year. That's one of my favorites. That Home Alone, and yes, by golly, Die Hard. I'll fight you over that one. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. He was trying to get home to see his daughter for Christmas. That's a Christmas movie. It's not a Hallmark Christmas movie, but I believe that with all my heart that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Now, if you disagree, we'll just agree to disagree. I won't fight you over that. But 12 minutes into the new year here in the Mountain Time Zone, I don't feel any different. Actually, I do. I'm just up with people. On that little break, I checked my blood pressure. Numbers are good. Through my own tinkering around, I was able to find the sweet spot. They had me on way too much, and it's actually caused my blood pressure to go up. And between the diuretic and the blood pressure pill, I've got it dialed in now. I'm rolling some of the lowest numbers I've ever seen since I started checking my blood pressure. So everything's good, all good in the neighborhood. Yep, there you go. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I'll get it. Whoops, I'll watch it tomorrow. There we go. Thank you, D-Rock. Glad to have you in my corner. Now, is it just me, or does like Past Timmy said he didn't get to see a Christmas show this year? I'll go back and watch stuff throughout the year, and I'll tell you why. When I was a little kid, if you missed Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, I remember one year I was about 5 or 6. We'd gone to the grocery store. We thought we'd be back in time because Rudolph was coming on that night, and I missed it. And I cried and cried and cried. And I was going to write a letter to the TV station, please play this again. Well, it was a network thing. The local station had no control. They probably got hundreds of letters from little kids like that. But, back then, if you missed Rudolph, if you missed the Little Drummer Boy, if you missed Frosty, if you missed Charlie Brown Christmas, you missed it. That was it until next year. And, when you're little, if you're 5, a whole other year, that's a fifth of your existence already. It's like, holy cow, that's a long, long way away. But that's why when you were little, summer seemed to last forever. You had been such a small amount of time that you'd been in existence that time seemed bigger. And then the older you get, boy, the faster they go by. I mean, literally, I was 18, I blinked and I was 30. I blinked and I was 40, and I blinked again and I was 50. And now this year, 2023, Halloween night, Steve Stockton will be 60 years old. I'm too old to die young, so I'm trying to take better care of myself. But uh, if I had known I would live this long, I would have taken better care of myself. And that's no joke. I never thought I'd make it out of my 30s. How many here were with me on that? The 30, that was a rough decade. Just all the bad stuff that went down, most of the bad stuff that's happened in my life, with the exception of the passing away of my parents, happened when I was in my 30s. Uh, Failed marriage, I just everything you can think of. Uh, I don't talk about it much, but my first wife had true mental illness and tried to kill me on several occasions for no reason. Tried to electrocute me. She tried to throw a radio in the bathtub. Tried to poison me. Tried to overdose me on muscle relaxers. I mean, I've seen some stuff. Okay, that's why nothing scares me anymore. It's like I've dealt with monsters, and I used to lay down and go to sleep at night in the same bed with that person, knowing they tried to do me in just because they were. And after that was over with, I talked to her sister. I was like, "Why didn't you tell me that your sister was, bat, what, crazy?" And she said, "Well, we knew she was, but we knew the type of person you were, that if anybody could help her or help her to get help, it was you." Well, gee, thanks. You almost got me killed on several occasions. And the only reason the bathtub thing didn't work, I was taking a tub. I had the radio playing as my own radio, and she came in and she had that look. And I believe, to be honest with you, I mean, it might have been disassociation, it might have been schizophrenia, it might have been an MPD, multiple personality disorder, or I still think there was a degree of demonic possession there, because she would change physically. She would speak in a different voice. But I was in the tub. She came in the bathroom. She had that 1,000-yard stare. She looks at me. She looks at the radio. She looks back at me. She grabs the radio. And if she just tossed it in the tub, that'd been it. I wouldn't be sitting here right now. But instead, whatever was controlling her, she was going to be real dramatic about it. She grabs the radio and she picks it up over her head. That was what saved me, because when she picked it up like that, it stretched the cord out. And when she lobbed it, it went in the tub with me, but it unplugged on the flight over. If she just picked it up and tossed it, I would have been a goner. So again, be kind to people, be nice to people. You don't know what kind of battles they fought in private. But that was just one occasion. For years, I couldn't drink hot chocolate. One night, and I knew something was up because she had made me a mug of hot chocolate. She just didn't do things like that. And oh, well, thanks. This is nice. I took a sip of it. It didn't taste right. I took another sip. Yeah, there's something wrong with this. I got the packet out of the garbage. I looked at it. It looked okay. Well, I went and poured it down the sink, and there was a sludge, about a quarter inch, half inch of sludge in the bottom of the cup. And I'm thinking, oh man, product tampering. I was ready to go to the police and turn this in. The Nestle company, they were going to write me a big check. And then I went to get the wrapper back out of the garbage, and I saw a bottle of prescription, an empty bottle of prescription muscle relaxers in there. And I picked that out, and it was her. She had poured, there was at least half a bottle of those. And it would have relaxed me all right. It would have relaxed me to the point of a dirt nap. But and thankfully, I didn't have any sinus issues or anything at that time, and I could actually taste that there was something wrong with it. But and the only reason I didn't go to the cops, she had two small children from a previous marriage. They were like, I want to say 5 and 6 at the time, and I just didn't have the heart to put those kids' mama in prison. And I've had people, you should have put her in prison. You should have put her away. But I think she finally, she took everything and left one day while I was at work. And I mean everything. every stick of furniture, all my clothing, all my daughter's toys. Now, my daughter, that wasn't her mother. Um, I was never married to my daughter's mother. We just lived together. But I came home from work and the house it looked like it'd never been lived in. Now she didn't sweep. I mean, there were dust bunnies and the floors needed mopping, but everything gone. Canned food, silverware, plates, uh, beds, bedding, stereo, big screen TV, everything in that house gone, absolutely gone. And I literally I had what I wore to work that day. But worked out pretty damn good. I got to get all new stuff. I was out from that mess because I took a vow to that woman before God and everybody in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, till death do we part, or how you say it. And I upheld my end of the bargain. That would be like I remember my dad when my mom got diagnosed with cancer. Um, he talked about there was somebody that he worked with that had actually divorced their wife when they got a diagnosis of cancer. And my dad said, that's lower than a dog. That's lower than a pregnant ant's belly. That just you don't do that. And I felt the same way. I took a vow and I upheld my end of the bargain, even though it almost killed me. But I lived to tell the tale, and what a tale it is. So, but recently, uh, this mug was sent to me by Tiger Lily, the Indiana mug. It's one of the Starbucks you go there series or whatever it's called, and it has highlights of Indiana like a Formula One car and the Hoosier State and the Amish stuff and I don't know pumpkin pie and a cardinal and a covered bridge and all kinds of stuff. Well, anyway, she sent me this, and the other night, for the first time in decades, I made a cup of hot chocolate. There's some that Sandy had left behind here, some Swiss Miss Marshmallows Lover chocolate, and I made myself. Now, it wasn't Hershey's Goodnight Kisses. That was the brand she used. Boy, it would have been a good night kiss. And there for a long time, just the thought of hot chocolate would make me physically ill. But the other night, I made a cup and I drank it out of this mug. Tiger Lily's hands touched this before I was the next one that touched it. And I redeemed myself. I drank a cup of hot chocolate. I enjoyed it. And I drank it out of a cup that somebody that loves me gave to me. So, it's just, I'm a goofball like that. I'm a hopeless romantic. And what was it I was told one time? The mind of a dreamer, the soul of a poet. I don't know, some hoo-ha. But that really is me. I wear my heart on my sleeve. And when I do love, I love with everything I got. And it's nice to have that in return for the first time ever. I mean, I've been married to people that I didn't have the connection that Tiger Lily and I have. And it's incredible. I mean, it's that real. I've never felt anything like it. I mean, it was literally like love at first sight, but it was more than that because I truly believe we've known each other in a past life. And she felt the same way. She knew me. She knew things about me that she had no way of possibly knowing. And there you go. Oh, and I'm drinking water here from Path Water, made in the USA. It's a veteran run, and they support the veterans here. I think it's veteran owned and operated, made in the USA. And it's if you want to drinkpath.com, that's an unsolicited endorsement. It's in a nice aluminum bottle. You can reuse it. It's got a great seal on it. It's still purified water with electrolytes added for taste. And it's refillable. Like I said, I love this stuff. Again, unsolicited endorsement. Path, if you want to sponsor me, I love your product. I'll do ads for you. Just send me cases of your water, and I would be happy. Well, Enzo, really, it's for the first time, and she's the part of me that's always been missing, and that's no lie. I mean, I dreamed about having somebody. I was planning my wedding when I was 6 years old. I was already picking out the songs and stuff. I remember, I want to say 1970, I think, when the Carpenters. I can't even think of the song name now. I'm getting befuddled here in this late hour, but we've only just begun. I heard that on AM radio as a little kid, and I thought I'm going to play that at my wedding. And I've already told Tiger Lily, play whatever you want, but I want. We've only just begun. You can fill out the rest of the playlist and everything, but I knew when I was this big, that's going to be played at my wedding. And I've been married a couple times and never worked out. Didn't get to play that song. Maybe that's why. But this time, I'm having the time of my life, folks. This is going to be my year. I've already preempted the whole year. The rest of you can come along. It's going to be fun, but this is my year. True troubadour. Well, I don't know about that. You've heard me sing a little bit over on Cisco's show when we did the John Dillinger episode. I brought out. I've got a really nice Martin guitar, Johnny Cash signature model, and it's just a bit of business. And actually, I was showing out for Tiger Lily because I knew she was in the chat, so I came on and I sang and I said, well, in honor of tonight's show, I've written a song about John Dillinger. And I thought about it and I thought about it and I thought about it. And I'm going to call it The Ballad of John Dillinger. So, I'm being funny. And I strummed a few chords and I was like, John Dillinger, John Dillinger. And then I stopped and I said, that's all I've got so far. But it's a good start. And, it's just as I was just showing out. I mean, then that's what she does to me. She makes me want to act up, act a fool, as they say down south, But if you find your soulmate, do whatever you can do to keep them. And sometimes they slip away. And I'm sorry to hear that for you, Nora Harris. But don't give up. I hadn't given up, and that's when it happened. I didn't care. I was a confirmed bachelor. I'd be happy being alone for the rest of my life. Wouldn't bother me. But I don't mind being alone, but I don't like being lonely. And it gets lonely sometimes. I mean, God bless him. I got Mulder and now Bittens, but that's different, And he's my best friend, a constant companion, but need a woman's touch in there. That's the love of a good woman will change lives, or a good man. I make no qualms, either way. However you find love, as long as it's between two consenting adults, ain't none of my business what you do. You do you. I'll do me. But Tiger Lily's somewhat younger than I am. She's 45. So there's a pretty good age gap there, but that's okay. And I told her jokingly, I said, that way, by the time you get old and ugly, I'll be dead and you'll be a rich widow and you can do whatever you want to do. But, when you think about it, like now, if say she was 20 and I was 35, that's kind of it seems the older you get, the smaller that gap seems. And I've dated both ends of the spectrum. I've dated in the past girls 20 years younger and women 20 years older. And I don't know. I'm a hard fit, but Tiger Lily was what I was waiting on. I just didn't know it, but she's the part that's always been missing, that something that I've yearned for. This a remembered line from a forgotten poem. All my life, my heart has wanted a thing I cannot name. And that's resonated within me. And I wrote about her years ago, and I didn't know who it was I was writing about. I was writing some kind of flowery stuff, and I'm writing like, I know she's out there somewhere. I can feel it. And that was her. I didn't know it at the time, and that was, I want to say 1983. Of course, she was a lot smaller time. You can't think about it in those terms. I was kidding her. I said, if I'd taken you to my prom, I could have carried you in on my hip, and then I held your hand and we'd have danced like that. But see, that's when it sounds weird. That's when a 15-year age gap is strange. But I'm pushing 60, she's 45. That don't sound so bad. That sounds real good to me. I'm getting a better deal out of this. But hey, as long as you love one another, age ain't nothing but a number. I'm silly. I'm immature. Humor wise, I got stuck in the eighth grade, I think. poop humor, fart humor, practical jokes, pull my finger, that kind of stuff cracks me up. Dutch ovens. Tiger Lily sent for it. Glad she went to bed. She's not hearing all this now. But that was just funny to me. I mean, I've got like an eighth grade sense of humor. And it was like that when I did stand up comedy too. I get up there and do this playground humor, and adults, it resonated with them because they would remember that stuff from the playground. You're up there and you're telling a joke, and to a crowd, a room full of people in a comedy club, and then you bust out a, well, nanny nanny boo boo, stick your head in doo doo, and it cracked the whole place up. You go for that lowest common denominator, and people remember that stuff. You remember being a kid, and you remember those playground rhymes and taunts and stuff, and it takes you back, because believe it or not, those were the happiest days of your life. When you were a kid, you're carefree. Yeah, if and I understand there are people that didn't come from that environment, that maybe had abusive parents, or had a single parent, or an alcoholic parent, or people had terrible childhoods, but you didn't know it at that time necessarily that it was terrible. Me, I'm thankful. I was blessed. I had a wonderful, wonderful childhood. My mom wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. That's what she did. She cooked, cleaned house. My dad was a scientist out at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. In fact, that's where they met, was during the war, during the end years of the war, the Manhattan Project. They were working together on that. And she wanted to stay home and have kids. Had my brother in 1946, and he was getting ready to marry his high school sweetheart, move out on his own. They were going to be empty nesters. Well, they decided, a popular TV show at that time, Route 66, with Todd and Buzz, I think, where they travel the country and have adventures. Lady Nopingham, thank you for hanging with us there. 12:31. I'm going to try to make it to 1 a.m. here, which will be midnight on the West Coast. And that way we've done the new year. We've brought the new year in all the time zones. But there you go. Good night, Lady Nopingham. Farts have never been unfunny. Now, I've known some people that would disagree with you on that, but to me, they're always funny. Mulder doesn't think they're too funny sometimes, but he pays me back. But yeah, my mom and dad, my brother was getting ready to marry his childhood sweetheart and move out. They were going to buy a Corvette convertible, and in their spare time, tour around like Todd and Buzz on Route 66. Well, I came along. Surprised, they ended up buying a Chevy 2 or something, a family car with a back seat. And when my dad was mad at me, he would always remind me of that. That he was just kidding, of course. But he'd say, "Boy," he said, "you were supposed to be a '63 Corvette, right?" But just because my brother was so much older than me, he was 17 years older than me. I was basically raised as an only. Like I said, he grew up, moved on. I became an uncle when I was 4 years old. My little brother, or my nephew, seemed more like my little brother. I didn't have a little brother, just the older brother, no sisters. But my nephew seemed more like my little brother, and my actual brother seemed more like an uncle or somebody that just came around him because he was already married and gone. But and being a late in life, an unexpected baby like that, I was spoiled and doted on, and I mean, I got in trouble. Don't get me wrong. My mom was the disciplinarian of the house, and my dad was a shamer. And to be honest, I'd rather take a switching from my mom than have my dad shame me. My mom would switch me, I wouldn't cry. She couldn't make me cry. You couldn't hurt me bad enough to make me cry. BS, I ain't crying. But my dad, he'd give me that look, look down over his glasses at me. Son, aren't you ashamed? And boy, tears, this waterworks. Oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry. You could whip me all day long, and I just like, that didn't hurt. And then she'd do it again, how about that? Nope, that didn't hurt either. I didn't know when to quit. But my dad, he starts shaming me, give me that look, that dead in the eye, and just, poker face. And they give me the beating. Let mama whip me. I don't care. But daddy, don't shame me. But that's the way it was. And but in my mom's defense, I deserved every whipping I ever got. any punishment I ever got. I deserved it, and a lot that I deserved and didn't get because I was sneaky. I was full of mischief. I wasn't mean. I was just kind of sneaky mean. But I get by with stuff sometimes, just because I was sneaky. And boy, there was some stuff I'd have really got a beating for. Uh, there was no ball playing in the house. Now, as an adult, I understand that. My mom had Tiffany lamps. My parents were, as a hobby, they were antique dealers. They had an antique store. We'd go on these buying trips to estate sales and yard sales and go up through Kentucky and Ohio and up into Indiana and Michigan and stuff. Bootsy's Emporium. Yes, I can see you typing there. But when you have Tiffany lamps sitting around, I looked the other day because Tiger Lily got a gift from Tiffany and Company for Christmas. I got her a little something nice. Being our first Christmas together, I wanted it to be memorable, and oh my God, she flipped out. She just, I don't believe this, and I played it up good. I sent her some of my books, signed copies of books, and I had some candy wrapped up in some gift paper and stuff. And then down at the bottom of the box in a little brown paper sack, like, oh, what's this? More candy or something, I guess. You open it up, there's a box. And you open that box, and inside that box, there's a Tiffany box and an actual Tiffany bag to put the box in. And then it was a necklace, and it was inside that. And then she cried. She called me and she's crying. She's like, "Oh my God, I never thought I would have anything from Tiffany and Company." And I'm like, every beautiful woman deserves at least one piece of Tiffany, and maybe two or three if you play your cards right. I'm a stinker. I'm a rascal. Proud of it too. Ain't about to change. But there you go. That just somebody was asking me to tell the business story. I was coming to that one. Yeah, I was in kindergarten, and this will tell you a little bit about my mom. And there's this kid named Perry. I won't say his last name because I think he's still alive, and I know he's on Facebook. We're not friends, and he doesn't follow me, but I don't want to call anybody out. So he's a bad kid, but kindergarten. And back then, there was no state-run kindergartens in East Tennessee, or not in Knox County anyway. And I went to church kindergarten, Beaver Ridge Methodist Church at Carnes. And there is no Carnes, Tennessee. It's just a community. It's in extreme West Knox County, like you're going toward Oak Ridge, just outside of Knoxville. And so I went to the Methodist church kindergarten there. It's just like 3 days a week or something, but I hated it. I didn't like being around other kids. And so, I've been raised as an only, grew up out in the country. We lived on a 26-acre mini farm. Only 5 of that was cleared off. I had woods and trees and a bee tree and little caves and bluffs and rocks. And that property had 7 natural springs on it. 6 of them flowed out of hillsides. One of them was artesian. It was a playground. I didn't want to go. Why did I need to go to school? Why did I need to hang out with these people? I'm happy over here. I was even introverted and a loner, an outsider among the outsiders, even when I was a tiny tot. But anyway, there was this little kid at school, and he was just, had never been around other kids. And he was mean. I mean, he was just meaner than a striped snake, as my mama would say. And one day we were doing something, and I mean, this kid, I had a cousin that went there too. She's the same age as me. Well, the boys and girls room, it was co-ed. They were forward thinking even back then. I mean, you're in kindergarten. You don't think about, you have an innie or an outie. It's just, you got to pee, you go pee or do your business or whatever. Well, Perry would go in there, and he was very well capable of pulling his pants up, but he would pull his pants all the way down, stand there and pee in the toilet. And then he would come waddling back out into the classroom with his pants down around his ankles going, "Teacher, teacher, teacher." He could do it. He just wanted her to pull him up. I think he was maybe a little pervy too. Stuff like that. And he had a stall that was Perry's stall, and God help you if he needed to use the bathroom. If you were using the bathroom and he needed to use it, he would like physically throw you out of his stall. One day, my cousin's in there, being a little girl, she was sitting down, and Perry comes in, and he's like, "You're in my stall," and she's like, "Get out of here! I'm using the bathroom." And he says, "Get out of my stall," and she says, "No." So what does Perry do? drops his pants to the floor and pees on her leg. That true story. Now that's the kind of kid we're talking about here. That's just a little backstory. Another time he tried to hang a little girl from the monkey bars, had the rope around her neck and everything. And then they weren't actually teachers, they were just guardians or whatever, church volunteers or whatever. They saw him and caught him. And he was ready to, they had the neck, a jump rope around the little girl's neck, was going to push her off. I mean, little homicidal maniac, 5 years old. And, but one day we were in the classroom and doing something, and somebody asked Perry a question. I don't remember what it was. And he just very curtly responded, "None of your business." And then just went about whatever he was doing. I think it was a teacher even that, "Perry, what are you doing?" "None of your business." And then just went back to right way. And like, I was enthralled with this kid. I'd never been around kids much. And here was like, the evil kid, like the girl from the Seed, the Bad Seed or whatever. He was like that kind of kid. And I thought, man, that's brilliant. I'm going to use that. I didn't know, because the teacher or the guardian, watcher, or whatever she was, she just left him alone. He went right back. I think he was painting when he was finger painting when he was supposed to be doing something else or something. I don't know. But anyway, none of your business. And then just right back to doing whatever he's doing. No care, no mind, never mind. I thought, man, I love that. That's great. Because like I said, I was just enthralled. This was a real live bad kid like I'd only seen on TV. And Goofus and Gallant, in the highlights for children. Here was Goofus. He did every bad thing that you could think of. Well, and yeah, DR, I love The Bad Seed too. That's one of my favorite movies. I actually met Patty McCormick, the girl that was in that, which was a much older woman, of course. But anyway, I thought, I like that. I'm going to do that. So I'm home. And I was already doing something I wasn't supposed to. If it was in the kitchen cabinets, and the rule at our house was, if you can't reach it, you don't need it. And if somebody will get it for you, then maybe you can have it, but you're supposed to ask. Well, I didn't ask. I pushed kitchen chair over to the counter, climbed up on the chair, climbed up on the counter, opened the counter, and I was going through there. I can still remember I was looking for a pack of Kool-Aid, and back then it had Bugs Bunny on it, on the outside of Kool-Aid pack. You can find those. This would have been 1968. And I remember I knew there was a grape one in there with Bugs Bunny. I think he was wearing like a fireman's helmet or something. And I wanted that grape Kool-Aid. I was going to make me some Kool-Aid. I hadn't thought about all the other stuff I had to do, which I'd had to get a pitcher and fill it full of water and get some ice and get some sugar and all that. But my direct focused mission was finding this pack of grape Kool-Aid that I knew was in the cabinet. Well, I'm up there, the door open, standing on the counter, pawing around in the cabinet. My mom walks out of the dining room into the kitchen, and she's like, "What are you doing up there?" And I very politely looked around the door and said, "None of your business," and went right back to looking for the Kool-Aid. Well, the next thing I know, I'm flying through the air. And in mid-flight, I'm getting my butt beat. My mom grabbed me by the arm, yanked me off the counter, and before I could ever touch the ground, she's already just pounding the crap out of my backside. So I quickly learned that whenever your mom asks you a question, none of your business is not the right answer. I learned that one the hard way. But sometimes that's what it takes to learn a lesson, unfortunately. Excuse me. Mute the mic there and clear my throat. We are rolling up on 12:43, just about 16 and a half minutes to go till midnight here. But that's my none of your business story. That's a true story. Swear to God. And but I was the kid you had to come and check on when I was being quiet. If I was making noise, you knew what I was doing. But again, I was quiet. I was quietly going through the cabin. I'd push the chair over there, got up there. None of your business. It didn't work out like I thought it would. But another time I was being too quiet. I caught my mom on the phone. I used to do that. She'd be on the phone talking to one of her friends, gossip thing. Back then there was party lines. We were on a party line with two other neighbors, and like you had to learn what your ring was. Ours was like a long and two shorts, and the neighbors was short, long, short, or long, long, short, or whatever. And I was a little devil. I'd pick up the phone, and if I heard the neighbors on there, I'd like, start making noises, fart sounds, or something where you blow on the back of your hand or blow in your hand, or can't do it anymore. But my hands are too cold. Or the one under your arm. I never could do that one very well. But I'd start making fart noises and giggling and stuff, or turn the dial. This is an old rotary phone. They're trying to talk, and then hear some kid go, tick, 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 tick. And then you'd hear a few more words, and tick, 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 tick. And they'd say, "Well, I guess somebody needs to use the phone." They thought it was my mom. It was me. But trying to remember which story I was getting ready to tell. Anyway, I caught her on the phone, and I went in, and I don't know what possessed me, but I had the idea to go out in the garage, and my dad had a tool bench out there, and get a screwdriver. And I came back in and got under the bottom cabinets. I could reach those. And I took out every pot and pan she had. It was like Revereware or something like that. I don't even know if they had that at the time, but it was a high-end pot and pan set. And I very quietly and methodically removed the handle from every pot and pan that she had and just laid them out there on the floor. I got a butt beating over that one too. I don't know. It seemed like a good idea. I thought, well, these handles are held in by a screw. I know where there's a screwdriver. So took the screws out of the handles and was laying them out in a row there. And of course, I had no interest in putting them back together. And my dad got the job of doing that. Let's see, got time for another childhood story or two here. Trying to think of one I haven't told her. Have I ever told you guys the sad story of the mayonnaise jar? Or if I've heard it, you want me to tell it again? Well, I went through this phase when I was a kid that I like to put things in jars. And at that time, my mom, my favorite jar was a Supreme mayonnaise jar. We bought it by the quart. It was a glass jar, said Supreme across the lid. No relation to the clothing line or the tennis shoes, the high end stuff now. But that was popular in the South. It's what my grandmother used. It's what my mom used. Well, everybody, my grandmother, my mom, everybody would save jars for me. And what had happened, I'd read a book about Theodore Roosevelt and how when he was a child, he had set up, this little museum of natural history in a little old chicken coop or little abandoned shed or something on their property. And he would go out and find roadkill or dead animals with skulls in the woods and boil them and clean them up and then mount them and put little labels on what they were. He had insects in jars and things like that. So I started doing that. We had an old chicken house that not to be confused with the new chicken house, which is the one where the chickens stayed, but the old chicken house was kind of my clubhouse. And I thought, by golly, I'm going to have me a museum of natural history. And my dad made custom knives, and part of that process, he would carve the handles out of bone. And he would get these bones, whatever kind of bones he was working with. He had this big metal pot outside, a big cauldron. He would build a fire and boil bones in that. And then when they come out, they're all nice and white, and you get all the fat and the connective tissue and stuff off of them. Plus, it softens them up for carving. Well, I would find animal skulls and things in the woods. I had a squirrel skull and a raccoon and a possum and all this. And I boiled them in the pot with my dad's bones and had them in my little shed there. Well, during this jar extravaganza, I had, like a praying mantis in a jar with holes punched in the lid. I had a honeybee, and I would have to turn this stuff loose eventually because all my subjects would have been dead. But I got the brilliant idea one day. Now we're going to the fart humor here. If that offends you, I'm sorry. But I got the idea. Could one freeze a fart? Well, in my little scientific mind, and again, my dad was a scientist out at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. I observed him, and he got me a chemistry set. Boy, that was a mistake. I mix everything together, run. Let's see what happens, see what blows up and how far. But anyway, my mom had given me a couple of mayonnaise jars, and I thought, I'm going to try it. So I farted in one, capped it real quick, and I took it and put it in the freezer. Got the other one, farted in it, and put the lid on it. And then my mischievous side took over. And I knew my dad, because a lot of times if I couldn't get something open, I'd take it to my Daddy, can you open this for me? So I weaponized the fart. See, that was the other idea. If I could freeze it, then think about that. You could drop those on a battlefield, and then they would thaw out, and people would, oh, it's a fart. Well, I thought, it was scientific. My dad worked for the U.S. Department of Energy, the AEC, the Atomic Energy Commission, when that's what it was. So it was part of the war effort. He had been in the military, but he was in a civilian position at the National Laboratory. But I was scientific minded like that, just from listening to him talk about his work and stuff. So got one fart in the freezer, chilling it to see if I could freeze it, and then the other one in the jar. And sure enough, I loosened the lid up just a little bit, and I took it to my dad, and he's outside doing something. He's in the garage, actually. I said, Daddy, I said, yes, son, can you open this jar for me? And the lid stuck. So he takes the jar, and instead of doing it down here, you know how people will grab stuff and pull it up here so they can get a good rip grip on it. Well, that's what he did. Of course, he gave it a big yank. He thought it was really stuck, and it spun right off. And then he got the weirdest look on his face. And then he shoved the jar at me and said, "You get out of here with that." What? And I thought it was just the funniest thing ever. Well, in the meantime, I take my jar, go on about my business. Like, that was great. I really got him. I was probably 4 or 5 years old, just little shaver. Well, he comes in a few minutes in the garage. My mom's in the kitchen. And he said, I don't know. He said, there's something wrong with anybody that would fart in a jar and save it. Well, she had seen me put in the empty jar, what she thought was an empty jar, in the refrigerator, in the freezer. And she turns around and looks at me. And she said, you get that out of there right now. So thus endeth my experiment with farting in jars. But I never did figure out if you could freeze one, but I found out you could totally stink bomb your dad with one. But that's the kind of crap my parents had to put up with for me. Inquisitive and mischief, that's just, that's a deadly combination right there. But yeah, just the look on my dad's face was just so priceless. Like, Daddy, can you get this up? And whooshing, and he's like, you get out of here. And just shoved the jar back at me. Oh, you want to hear the work boot story? Oh, that's a good one too. We got about 7.5 minutes here. See, the Vietnam War played a big part in my childhood. My favorite cousin, James, who I called Fish Sandwich. I have no idea why I named him that. I've still got Christmas cards and things for him where he signed it Fish Sandwich. But that's what I called him. Well, he'd gone to Vietnam. His number came up. He got drafted. He was over there, and he was in battle. I mean, I've been to the places where he was in Da Nang and the Mekong Delta and Hamburger Hill and all that. He was in some fierce battles over there. And that's another story about the book I wrote about that. But anyway, I'd watch this on the evening news with Walter Cronkite and see, all this terror and death and things going on in Vietnam. And it deeply disturbed me. I can remember sitting there watching, and I was probably, I don't know, I was small and just crying, just sobbing because, our boys are over there, they're getting killed. And I even knew in my head, this is wrong. We're not supposed to be over there. Why are we in Vietnam? And, I back our servicemen and women, but I do think there's times that hey, Happy New Year's, YOLO. Good to see you. I do think there's times that the United States shouldn't play global policeman, and there's places that we stick our nose in where it shouldn't be, but that's just my opinion. I'm very apolitical. But anyway, I was watching this about the Vietnam War, and I knew my dad worked out at the National Laboratory, and I knew he worked for the Atomic Energy Commission, that he and my mom had worked on the Manhattan Project, and they used to provide him like clothing, like coveralls and denim jackets and boots, but they would stencil USAEC on it. So you didn't run around in town, wearing these fancy duds. There was nothing fancy about them at all, but it was emblazoned with USAEC so people didn't steal it, I guess. But anyway, And I thought, and then they were talking about hippies. So same newscast, they're talking about there were protests today in Golden Gate Park. Walter Cronkite up there. Sorry, I got something in my eye. But and here were these long-haired hippies, long-haired beard, flower children, not too much different than I look right now. And I thought, that's that. I want to be that. I want to be a hippie. I want to protest the war, but I can't go to San Francisco. Uh, what can I do to fight the war machine? And I got this idea. Thought, my dad he is a part of the war machine. He works for the government, the Atomic Energy Commission. He's part of the war effort. So I went out in the garage to where his work boots were with the USAEC spray painted on them, and I peed in them, both of them. And of course, the next morning, he's getting ready to go to work. He puts on his boots because there at the National Laboratory he worked in, there was hazardous stuff in there. They had to wear these special boots. And he puts his foot in one, and this is wet. He takes it off, and he kind of, oh my God. And then he figures out that I've peed in both of them. And of course, it was me. I mean, who else would it have been? And he and my mom sat me down to give me a talking to, like, why on earth? What possessed you? Why would you pee in daddy's work boots? And my answer was, I want to be a hippie. And boy, that wasn't the right answer either. I got my butt. I'll give you a hippie. Here's your hippie right here. My mom, boom, boom, boom. My dad just standing over there, arms kind of shaking his head. I don't know about that boy. But I thought, I'm a hippie. I'm going to protest the war. I'm going to pee in the man's boots. And that'll teach the man. But all that did was bring the man down on my head, man, or the wife of the man, my mother, down on my head. The war was on my behind at that point, and that was my short-lived life as a hippie. I used to pull some crazy stuff like that. There's this barbershop that we always went to. It's an old man style barbershop, and my dad and brother had gone there for years and knew the people there. Well, I decided one time that I wanted to look like Johnny Cash. I'm like 5 years old. And, Johnny Cash back then, he had the kind of the pompadour thing going on, and it curled up in the back. He had longish hair for a country musician, kind of a hippie thing, but it was the Native American him. He had a lot of Cherokee in him too, or Choctaw or something. And I thought, I want to look like that. I mean, I imagine a little kid, 5 years old, running around with a pompadour and it curled up in the back, ooh, look at me, I'm Johnny Cash. So I go and I pop right up in the barber chair. And I said, make me look like Johnny Cash. And the guy's name was Hugh Butler. Never forget. He said, yes, sir. Whatever you want. He cut my hair. Of course, it wasn't, I'm just a little kid, it was just a regular little kid haircut. And I was so disappointed. He's done. He shows me the back. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where's my little curl? He shows me the front. Where's my pompadour? And I was so pissed because I walked out of that barbershop not looking like Johnny Cash. And I remember thinking, does he know how long it's going to take me to grow that back out? But it wasn't even near it anyway. A minute and a half or so till midnight here in the Mountain Time Zone. I'm going to run a little farther. I'm having fun now. We'll stop and do a New Year's celebration. I'll take a little break. Got some more stories I want to tell you. I'm having a blast. I love this. To quote Patton, God help me, but I love it so. He was talking about war. I'm talking about telling you stories of my childhood. There you go. You'll get a bowl cut and like a kid. It wasn't even a bowl cut. I mean, it was like velour on the sides and little. My mom used to do this little curly Q on top of my head. I looked like a little nincompoop. And when I was a little kid, I don't know what happened to me, but I had like little perfect eyebrows and these really long eyelashes. I looked like a little doll that come to life. I've looked at pictures of me as a child and thought, oh, I don't even look real. I'm a changeling. But rolling up here, less than a minute to New Year's Eve on the West Coast, you Pacific Time Zone people. Almost there. The anticipation. Rocky Horror Picture Show. You ever see drag it out a lot more than that. Say it. Patient. Anybody here go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show? I went every weekend, twice a weekend for several years when I was in high school and college. I can say every line that you say back to the movie. But this is a long minute. "30 of you still in chat, hanging on. I know it's late for some of you. I think my clock is stuck. I've been looking at it for longer than a minute. Okay. Screen's updating. Nope, it just showed me. Oh, well, there we are. Hey, Happy New Year.
Steve, here's your
Stop.
reminder. Okay, thank you. That's enough. Stop.
Now she's mocking me. Happy New Year, everybody on the West Coast. Alexa, stop. Be quiet. Don't speak anymore until spoken to. Sometimes she'll say okay, and I'm like, that's not right. But anyway, Happy New Year to you folks on the Pacific time zone from an hour in the future here, 1 a.m. in the Mountain time zone. I'm going to take a little break. Let's see if we had anybody else come in. Metal Gaming, I'm pretty sure I said hi to you. Indeed, Johnny Cash is the best. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Oh, yeah. Lips. You chant that when the movie starts. Midnight and the Pacific Coast. YOLO, you see? I hope I'm saying that right. But YOLO, right? You only live once. But I'm going to go take a short break and see if maybe since it's an hour past midnight, Mr. Mulder will be ready. He will not go out when it's when those fireworks going off, and sometimes not until several hours afterwards. But he seems content right now. But I'm going to see if he needs to go out. But I've got to step in the luxurious bathroom here in studio. But I've got a YouTube house. I've got 3 studios set up here with a 4th one on the way and room for a 5th should I decide to do so. And I have streamed from the back patio before too on Cisco's show back in the summertime. I love it. I love it. A broadcast house. All right. I'll be right back after these messages. I played Mind Warp for you last time from the Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. Cisco Murdoch from Journey Through the Portal Paranormal Podcast. That's her husband's band. Now, this isn't the band. This is just Mario on his own, but he sent me a couple of songs to use as I see fit. I've been alternating them. Last time I played Mind Warp. This time I'm going to play Groove Walker, and that's got a strategically spelled. It's stylized as GRUVEWALKR, Groove Walker, but this is Mario from the Big Fat Pat Clams from Outer Space. I'll be right back after this, folks. You enjoy. And we're back after that brief musical interlude there from Mario of the Big Fat Pet Clams from Outer Space. Again, a band that has a distinction of being one of the few that played at CBGB's in every decade that bar was open. So we'll start wrapping it up here. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I went at 9:30. I thought I'll go on half an hour. That way it'll be midnight on the East Coast. Happy New Year. I'm done. Here I am. It's 1 a.m. here, midnight on the West Coast, the East Coast, I meant to say a minute ago. But, well, thank you, Noah. I have a good time here. We got lots of good stuff coming up, lots of new things this year, exciting things coming up, more production videos, more live streams, more of me narrating books and stories and stuff. Sandy and I are going to be doing some on location stuff. But like, share, subscribe. Let's get as many people in here as we can. I love this channel. I love the people here and everything that we do and that we plan to do. I've got some great writers, got some good scripts coming up. Got one that Sandy gave me that I'm going to record. Jamie, that's usually in the chat. I hope she's okay. Haven't seen her tonight. She's in Washington State. But again, met her and her mom. They were fans of the channel, and then eventually she became one of my writers. So I think her husband's in town, and they're probably somewhere safe and celebrating, I think. Oh, my Hollywood days. Well, there's not a lot to that. I never did live in Hollywood. I lived in Las Vegas, but I traveled to LA a lot. I had friends out there, had business dealings and things out there. But about the only really, really funny Hollywood story, I was down there on the Walk of Stars, and I jaywalked. I just, instead of crossing at the corner, I just crossed in the street. Cop, big old guy. I mean, he loved his donuts. And again, no shade on the boys in blue. I couldn't do your job. But he yelled at me. He's like, hey, that's jaywalking. And he was going to give me a ticket. He's like, you come here. I'm like, oh, boy, you're going to have to catch me. So I was already on the other side of the street. He's trying to make me come back across the street. I guess he's going to write me 2 tickets. So I just took off up the sidewalk, and here he comes huffing and puffing behind me. And there was a gift shop there on the corner. I don't remember what the cross street was, but is that Hollywood Boulevard? Wherever the Walk of Stars is, I get confused. But anyway, I ducked into this little gift shop, and I'd been there before. I'd bought souvenirs there, and I knew that they had a door that opened off the Walk of Stars, and then they had a door that opened on the side street there. It was just like a big roll-up thing. They just had it wide open. So I ran in there, cut catty corner, went out the other door, down the block, around the block, and then back up the Walk of Stars. And, you make me come there. If you're going to give me a ticket, you got to catch me. And needless to say, I didn't get a ticket for jaywalking. And I didn't stick. I've got some Hollywood stories, some Griffith Park stories, some LA stories, some Sunset Boulevard stories. Some night I'll have to talk about all that stuff. People that I ran into out there and bands that I saw in their fledgling days before they were that happened in East Tennessee. The first time I ever saw REM was at a little bar on Cumberland Avenue Strip there on the University of Tennessee campus called Vic and Bill's. Spring break weekend, there was, everybody was gone, and REM played for about 6 people. And they played their guts out. I knew they were going to be big. I knew they were going to be huge. They were, in Athens, Georgia. They had driven up to Knoxville. I guess there was something for them to do spring break. And that's one of the best shows I've ever seen, really. And the stage was about the size of a pallet. It was over here. And, well, they had a little riser for the drums and then a little stage and these weird-looking guys with their eye makeup. And back then they dressed kind of in a new romantic or a dandy fashion. I thought, these guys look cool. And then first, as soon as they started playing, and I think they were doing songs that hadn't been released yet, but I heard like, was it King? No, I can't remember. I'd have to look at the REM albums, but it was like between their first and second album. Same, I saw the Stray Cats at a little bar on the strip called Hobos. It was in the back of a Chinese restaurant. You had to walk down like an indoor alleyway through a Chinese restaurant and then through another little alleyway, and then it opened up into a bar. Saw the Stray Cats there. One of the best shows like that, I was on the campus entertainment board and we would book bands in. And same night Rod Stewart was in town, and we had booked in the Jay Giles band. And that was a time when Centerfold was probably the biggest album in the country. Excuse me. And the opening band, I knew who they were. I'd listened to like I did. We had a college radio station there, WTK, 90.3 FM, the Rock of the Hill, Andy Holt Tower. But it's actually studios in the basement of Andy Holt Tower. But anyway, little college radio station there, like broadcasting with 1,000 milliwatts. Yeah, we had 1 watt of power, so you could hear it on campus and out into the suburbs a little bit, but not much beyond that. But I had a show on there. I played a lot of strange music and stuff, and I'd heard of these guys. And I thought, oh, that's who's opening for Jay Giles. Well, it was a little band, and this was the second night of their first U.S. tour. Teenage guys, they were like 17, 18, 19 years old. Little band from Ireland called U2. And that was one of the most incredible shows I've ever seen. I mean, they were kids. They were my age, younger. I think the drummer was like 17, Bono and The Edge and Adam Clayton. I think they were like 18 and 19. But they absolutely, and this was a small venue. It was in the alumni gym, seated 2,500 at full capacity, but they wouldn't sell out the whole thing. They only said about 2,000 tickets was all they would sell. And that was floor capacity and partial seating up in the balcony. But 2,000 people plus, technically, got their socks rocked off. And said I'd played some REM cuts on WTK before, so I knew what to expect. But it was, I think, what was out then, Boy or October or one of those. I Will Follow. That was out. I'd seen that on MTV. People were just starting to catch on. But here's these teenagers, from Ireland that came out there and just, I mean, I've never seen a band win an audience over the audience, like, well, who's this? U2, who my ass, this, we're here to see Jay Giles. They had Centerfold and Freeze Frame and, the number one album in the country. Well, U2 came out there and, when you're second place and you got nothing to lose, sometimes you go for broke. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, Bono climbed up in the lighting rig and he's up there walking across the catwalk and stuff at the top of above the lighting and stuff. And that's still the Adam Clayton's bass. That was the loudest bass I've ever felt, because not only could you hear it, you could feel it. I mean, every time he did some of those low notes, my chest would hurt. I thought I was going to have a heart attack and die. There was a planetary alignment that night. Rod Stewart was in town at the Coliseum. We've got U2 over here. It was just a magical, magical night. And Jay Giles Band. Well, anyway, U2, I was backstage. U2 had done about their third or fourth encore. The crowd just wouldn't let them quit. And Peter Wolf of the Jay Giles Band is standing back there, and he's just got this hangdog look on his face. And I was talking to him, and he said, man, he said, I don't even want to go out there. He said, listen to that. He's like, I can't compete with those kids. Said, I don't know who booked these guys, because, it was just like I said, it was the second night of their first U.S. tour. And I guess the first night wasn't that spectacular, but boom, it was just, I've never seen a band so on, other than REM playing to 6 people on spring break week. But, and I said, Peter, you got to go out there, man. You've got the number one album in the country, Freeze Frame, Centerfold, Piss on the Wall, all these other great songs on there. Get out there, go, go, go. And, Jay Giles had some other songs. They had Love Stinks, of course. That was their big hit. And No Anchovies, Please. Has anybody ever heard that one? I won't tell you what it says if you play it backwards, but play No Anchovies, Please backwards, the part where the foreign agents come in and start talking. Play that backwards. It basically says it doesn't take a genius to tell the difference between chicken blank and chicken salad. But it sounds like a foreign language. You play it backwards, that's what it says. But anyway, and Jay Giles went out there. It was their crowd anyway. They did all their hits. They did Love Stinks. They did some other stuff. And they did this thing with a human pyramid. There was like 6 of them in the band. 3 guys got down on their hands, knees. 2 guys got up on their backs. And then I think it was the drummer or the guitar player. And their symbol for that album, that tour, was like a bloody hand, a red handprint. And some point climbing up on this human pyramid, he had dipped his hand in something red, and he was the smallest one in the band. And he's up on top of the pyramid, and he put his hand up, and it's red. And they kind of, everybody went ape. But it was a magic night. Like I said, there was some kind of planetary alignment. Rod Stewart was playing over here. Normally I would have went to that. I love Rod Stewart, but I was Campus Entertainment Board. We had U2 and Jay Giles had to be there. But I thought there were people saying, "Oh, the world's going to end." There were these doomsday prophets that would come on campus, and talk about, the Earth's going to be destroyed. The planetary alignment's coming. It'll pull Earth out of its gravity. We'll be flung off out into space, and we'll go flying off the planet and spin off into, stuff like that. There's all kinds of stuff on campus like that. I had a good time in college, and that was also, I believe, during the 1982 World's Fair, right before or right after it. A lot of bands came in. I'll have to tell my Joan Jett story again sometime. That was the high point of my life. It's kind of all been downhill ever since, except for Tiger Lily. 1:19 in the a.m. Let me go ahead and tell you the Joan Jett story. I believe it was August, I want to say 25th, 1982. You can look it up. Joan Jett was at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum opening for Cheap Trick, another favorite band. I've seen the Trick 30-something times, not counting when they had their Vegas residency where they were doing the entire Beatles, Sgt. Pepper albums. I saw that maybe a dozen times. But anyway, Campus Entertainment Board also wrote for the CMJ, the College Music Journal. Well, using my pull and credentials, what little bit I had, I finagled an interview with Joan Jett. She was doing interviews down on the World's Fair site up in the Sun Sphere. If you don't know what that is, Google it. It was this gold ball in the sky that they had for the World's Fair. It had, I think, 6 or 7 different levels. There was a restaurant up on top, and revolving restaurant and all this other stuff. Well, they had her there somewhere up there feeding her, a catered meal, and had her in one of the back, like a green room or something up there. And so I went down there I told my roommates, I said, my dorm mates, I said, I'm going to go interview Joan Jett. BS. No, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're just making stuff up, Stockton. Well, they decided to follow me because the World's Fair Park was just right there at the edge of campus. You go down the hill and under the railroad overpass there where it goes over Cumberland Avenue, then World's Fair Park was right there. So they followed me down there. Sure enough, I went around to the freight elevator. There's a guy standing there with a clipboard. I'm on the list. I go up, I get my interview with Joan Jett. It was just some, goofy something, so how does it feel to have, I love rock and roll and blah, 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 just typical fanboy questions and stuff. And I got ready to go. And she was leaving too. I was the last person that got to interview her for that particular time. I think I had 15 or 20 minutes. And, but I mean, she was a legend and still is. And she's standing up to leave, and I'm getting ready to leave. I'm getting my little recorder and my notepad and everything. And I called her Miss Jett. And I said, Miss Jett? And she said, Joan. And I said, Joan, I know you don't know me, but would you do me a favor? And she said, what's that? And I said, my dorm mates are waiting for me downstairs. They didn't believe I was going to interview you. And I've got your voice on tape and stuff, and they'll see it in the CMJ. But would it be possible that I could walk out with you? And she's like, sure, whatever. I don't care. She's just that kind of girl. She didn't give a, what. And so I turned, started walking down toward the elevator, and I hear this, and I look around, and Joan Jett standing back there. She's kind of short too. She's got her hands on her hips, got one of her Converse tennis shoes, tap, 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 and giving me this look, got her head turned sideways. And I just kind of stood there, and she said, if we're going to walk out together, we're going to walk out together. Get over here. And stuck her elbow out. So I'm just, I don't know what to do at this point. I walk over there just like a little whipped pup, took her arm in mine. We marched down the hallway, passing all these people. And I'm just like, yeah, baby, Joan Jett. Get in the elevator. We go down. We go out of the elevator. We're still linked arm in arm. My dorm mates are standing right there by where the elevator let us off at the ground outside, and their jaws just hit the ground. I'm here. I come out. Not only did I interview Joan Jett, I'm escorting around the building, and they're standing there with their mouths open and stuff. And I'm like, well, thank you for the interview. I'll see you tonight at the show. She'd give me a backstage pass, not a laminate. It was one of the ones that you have to stick on your jeans. I didn't have the all access. I had the little fabric one, but she gave me a backstage pass. And I said, well, Joan, again, thank you for the interview. I'll see you tonight. Thanks for the backstage pass. And damned if she didn't grab me. She took my head in both hands and kissed me full on the lips and said, I'll see you tonight. And then just turned and walked off. I'm standing there gobsmacked. What just happened? My friends, their jaws were already on the floor. And by this point, they're just like, did Joan Jett just kiss you? And I'm like, I'll never wash these lips again. But that's just the kind of person she was. She liked to mess with people. And she knew that my dorm mates were waiting down there for me. So she put on a show, but she is indeed one of the coolest people you'll ever met. And like I said, that was the highlight of my life until recently. That was my crowning moment. And I was a campus legend there for a little while. When they do the radio shows on WTK, the DJ coming off the shift would say, and here he is, the man who kissed Joan Jett, But eventually it died down, but I didn't want to live it down. That was like, oh my God, it's like, and she was a big deal at that time. Yeah, she's pretty small. I don't know if she's that small, but she was small. But we talk about a powerhouse, and she's just the energy that she puts out there. But thank you, Jessica S. I don't know if I've seen you here before. If you have been here before, welcome back. If you're new here, welcome in, and come join us. You're only a stranger here once. I don't always go crazy. I've streamed for almost 4 hours now. I was going to come here for 30 minutes and then see what that turned into. But had a good crowd. You guys are digging it. I can sit here all night and tell stories, but I'm really, really, really going to have to go. My voice is starting to give out. But I gave you almost 4 hours. We'll go right up to the 4-hour mark. We'll go to 1:30 here, Mountain Time, 12:30 on the West Coast. But we rang in the new year. If you've been with me for this whole stream, thank you. We started at 11:30 on the East Coast, rang in the new year there, Central Time, Mountain Time, Pacific Time. This has been a good stream. I haven't done one of these marathons in a long time, but I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. Like, share, subscribe, get more people in here. The bigger crowd I have, the bigger fool I'll act, the bigger I'll cut up, the more stories I'll tell. I got a million of them. I've got a lifetime of experiences, and I love to tell you. Now, some of you have heard these before. Some of you may have never heard these. I've got some that I've never told that I will tell coming up. But yeah, Pam, I'm not going to tell any more tonight. I got like 3.5 minutes here. I seriously got to wrap it up. But I'll be back soon. I'll stream another night this week. Have a storytelling night. I keep trying to get Kathita on here with me. I've got her a thumbnail and everything made up. She had some computer issues. She's a Tennessee girl. She's got some really, really cool paranormal experiences to share. And the lady that was here earlier, Anila, I hope I'm saying it right. She showed me twice how to phonetically pronounce it. She's got some stories to share too. And anybody here, if you've got some paranormal experiences, stuff that's happened to you, or even stuff that happened to friends or family or something, send me an email, stevestockton81@gmail.com. Or one of you mods drop that in the chat for me. That's Steve Stockton. The number's 8 and 1 @gmail.com. And hit me up, or if you're following me on Facebook, come on Messenger with me, or message me on Messenger, and then you can come on the show with me and you can tell your stories. You can be on camera, which I prefer, or if you just want voice, I can do voice only. just like this. See, I can stop the camera and you can still hear me. I can do the same thing for you. So, but join me here. I love to tell stories. I love to hear stories. So I'm an experiencer and a collector of tales. And I'm excuse me, voice is really starting to go. But yeah, look out for our next tarot and oracle card reading chat from Thin Lizzie Borden. Said this is going to be a big one. We're going to give away prizes. Everybody that gets a reading, I've got tickets. I got a roll of tickets in there that I was going to use for Halloween, and we didn't get to do it. But I'm going to put everybody's name that gets a reading on a ticket, and then we're going to draw names, and you'll get your choice of either as a signed one of my books, any one of the 5. You can pick whatever one you want, or some other valuable prize. I think we're going to have an Amazon gift card in there. We'll have. I think Bree said she was going to give away some jewelry. I've got some oracle decks that I'm not using that I'll give away. I've got some sage that's still in the package that's made by a local shaman, Navajo or Dene shaman. But yeah, DR, we had a great time the other night. Had a lot of people in, and Bree, Thin Lizzie Borden, she's just a naturally gifted reader and seer and mystic, whatever. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. Whatever you want to call her, but she is good. She's the best natural born person like that I've ever seen as far as what her abilities are. And she's somebody that's done it for years. It comes through her lineage, her mother, grandmother, great grandmother. They've all had that ability. And she's such a mixture of, she's got Mexican, Aztec, and Norwegian blood. And I think there's another one or so mixed in there, but it all blends together. And she is fantastic. She's given me some of the most accurate readings that I've ever had. And there's no charge or anything. But I'm not Ebter Unbreed. I'm not, what do you speak? What language is that, Cathedra? But anyway, there'll be a link coming up for that. 1:30. Okay, done 4 hours at the mark. I've been live for 4 hours. But thank you, everybody that's been here tonight. Join us for other streams. We'll be doing live streams. We'll be doing interviews, guests. I've had several authors on here. I can have some of them back if you like paranormal authors. Get Martin Nunley on here one night. He's got some great stories to tell. Listen to that video on this channel, Weird World collaboration. His words, my voice. Callie Snyder, I know you're still waiting for New Year's, buddy, but I can't make it till Hawaii. What have you got to? How long is it till New Year's in Hawaii? I think you're about 3 hours beyond the West Coasters at 5 hours. It's a pretty good stretch. I can't hang that long. I'm too old. But again, thanks everybody for being here. Happy New Year to you and yours. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Make cornbread, not war. I'll see you a little further on down the trail. Tell your dogs and cats I said hi. Give them a pat and a hug. And again, remember, keep it quiet in the morning. Keep your children and animals from making a racket, because the people that have been up shooting fireworks all night are trying to sleep in the morning. Just kidding. Okay, 10:30 in Hawaii, so it's still got an hour and a half there to go. But yeah, I know Kathita, her 2 readings and my 2 readings were spot on, one each week. Tiger Lily, my wife-to-be, her readings were dead on. It's just Bree, Thin Lizzie Borden is amazing. So be here for that. Like I said, I'm enjoying it so much, having so much fun. I want to give away prizes. We were going to give away stuff Halloween. I did the 31 nights of Halloween, 31 nights in a row. But we didn't get around to the giveaways. But we're going to start giving away some stuff on some of these live streams. So watch for the link. Subscribe, turn your notifications on, and then the minute you see that notification, go ahead and come on. I mean, even if it's hours before it starts, the chat will be open. Go ahead and get your name in there. Then put a 3 in the chat. That means you want a reading, and we keep a list. And there's only so many she can read. So once it fills up, first come, first serve. She'll do her best to take care of everybody, but the earlier you get here, the quicker you get in line, the quicker she can get to you and read for you. It's going to be great. All right, folks, again, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I was looking forward to just not even looking forward. I'm actually dreading, just a nice quiet night here at home. It's going to be peaceful and chill and just me and my dog and cat and me keeping motor company. I'm not a partier. Made dirty rice with hot sausage and Cajun pintos. That's what I'm going to have for dinner once I get off here. And I was kind of looking forward to the just chilling out and relaxing. And I thought about 8 o'clock. I thought, because I'd said last night on the Tarot stream, I might go live for a little while on New Year's Eve. And here I am, and 4 hours later, I'm still not shutting up. But thank you, Jessica. Yes, Happy New Year, Steve and family. Me and my cat and dog, that's my family. I do have a daughter. She's in Las Vegas, just moved there, so she's probably having the time of her life. Vegas, New Year's Eve is a big deal. I've seen over 300,000 people in the street there when I lived out there. They close off the strip, most of the side streets, and just off you go. But it's a madhouse out there. I hope she's staying home and staying safe. But if I know her, she'll get out in the middle of the crowd. But you all, again, stay warm, stay safe. Have a good morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. You have a good one. But I'm going to get out of here, see if I can coax Mr. Mulder to go outside and pee. He hadn't peed in several hours, and he can hold it a long time. But I hate for the little guy to do that. He usually after a fireworks night, he don't go out until almost daylight, and that's still about 3.5 hours away. The sun starts peeking up, but I haven't heard any blasts in a while, so maybe I can coax him out there. And I even told him, of course, he don't know what I'm saying, but I said, buddy, if you have to pee on the floor in the kitchen. I'll just wipe it up. I understand. I love him that much. But now Davy Jones Locker is about to preach. Boy, if you caught my last show over there with Cisco, I was about to hold church. I was quoting scripture and getting righteous, and praise God, the Spirit moved over there. That happens sometimes over on Cisco's. But yeah, everybody have a happy New Year in Jesus' name. Or hope you had a good Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, festivals for the rest of us, whatever you celebrate. I hope you had a good one. So I'm going to get on out of here now. Jessica, are you in Vegas? In fact, are you my daughter, Jessica? I know she's got a couple different logins. She used to be La Petite Aubergine. She's also Lone Pheasant. That might be her there. I don't know. Jessica, have you been in here listening in? She does that. She'll come in and just listen and not say anything. But anyway, Jessica, if you're listening, I love you. I'm going to come see you in May when I go to the SOR, Spaced Out Radio fan bash party. I'm one of the celebrity guests. Dave Scott invited me. So I'll be out there in May. I said March, in May, if all goes as planned. And I hope to see as many of you there as possible. Yeah, Pam, I didn't even think about the pee pads. It kind of snuck up on me. I kind of forgot it was New Year's Eve. Today doesn't seem like Saturday, actually Sunday now. Since I moved one time zone, I've been on the West Coast in Pacific time zone for about 10, 15 years now. I moved one time zone east in the mountain time. I'm lucky if I know daylight from dark. I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is. And of course, it gets dark early. I'm all confoozled. But anyway, I'm going to stop. It's SOR Vegas party. If you can be there, it'll be a blast. Bree was at the one. Thin Lizzy was at the one last year. I don't know if she'll be at the one this year. But if her and Gary can make it, her husband, Scary Gary, he's awesome. He looks like my little brother. I love those guys. All right. When you graduate high school in Vegas. Okay, you're definitely not my daughter then, because she graduated high school in East Tennessee. But where'd you go? Did you go to Basic? That used to crack me up. Actually, I think that's in Henderson. But there's actually a school out there called Basic High School. I don't know how it got named that. I don't know the story behind it. But I used to drive by there and say, I don't know. We're Basic. Yay. I'm sure it has a different name. Now, I said that might have been out in Henderson, but I remember driving by there. I had some friends that lived out there. They called it Hendertucky. That's not my name, but they called it Hendertucky. But I remember driving by Basic School. But what else is out there? Sunrise. I can't remember. I didn't go to school out there, but Anyway, and Gary he's a beautiful man. He's a lovely man. He's a kind-hearted person, just like Bree. They are a perfect match made in heaven. So your friends went to basics. You know what I'm talking about then. I can't say much. I was a Beaver. Cards, we were the Beavers. Yay, Beavers. On our school rings, it looked like a rat. And it's taken me a while to get away from the Beavers. That was East Tennessee, Knox County, Carnes High School with the Beavers. And then when I ended up in Oregon, there was Oregon, I think OSU or whatever, the Beavers again out there. Beaver, Beaver, Beaver. Anyway, leave it to Beaver. Beaver Cleaver. Ward, weren't you a little hard on the Beaver last night? Dirtiest words ever spoken on television. Okay, don't want to go into my blue comedy act, Terrence. Probably no kids watching that, but there might be kids somewhere in another part of the world tuning in, so I'm not going to get dirty here. But my books in paperback are available on Amazon.com or wherever fine books are sold. Or if you'd be interested in getting some signed and inscribed copies, I have a few. Email me, stevestockton81@gmail.com, and we'll figure it out. You can PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, whatever, and I'll pack them up, mail them to you postpaid, signed and inscribed with whatever you want me to write in there within reason, unless it's an IOU or something. Steve Stockton, I owe you Tim Culhaney $5,000. Now, I wouldn't put that in there, but I'll put anything within reason that you want me to put in a book if you want to get a signed one. So I've got a few left. I was going to say something about it on Facebook, but I don't want to cause a problem because, like I said, there's only so many. Well, now, DR, that's something up that may be coming up this year. Some friends of mine that when I used to do stand-up comedy, I'm still in touch with a lot of those people. And I did stand-up back in the 80s. And I did what they call the Funny Bone circuit. There's Funny Bone comedy clubs. They were in it's either Lexington or Louisville, Nashville, Knoxville, Atlanta. It seems like there was one more in there, Kansas City or somewhere. I don't know. That's been a long time ago. I've slept since then. But I did that little circuit. And sometime I'll talk about all that and why I quit doing it. But and then years later in Vegas, I was out there, it's probably 2010 or something like that, maybe earlier than that. I was working as a professional photographer, and one of the clubs I had to cover was the comedy club at the Riviera. And I got to the showroom early one night, and I walked in. There was nobody there, and it was just a lone microphone in front of a brick wall with a spotlight shining on it. And I had an epiphany. I was like, I need to get back up there. Because at that point, it'd been, like 25, 30 years before I'd done it. So I did it. I knew the right people. I actually performed on that stage among some other places out there. And again, decided that just wasn't what I wanted to do. And so now I am here doing this. But with some of my friends that are into comedy, they're still comedians, and I still know I've got a million jokes. We talked about starting a comedy channel. And it's already set up. We just haven't done anything with it yet. So watch for an announcement on that if it comes to fruition. But it's a possibility. I know some funny people, funnier than I am, I think. So anyway, I love to tell a story. Love to tell a funny story. Love to tell a joke. And I'm one of those people, I'll tell you some big, long story and have you believe in every word of it. And then I got you right at the end. The Carrie that was in here in the chat, I've done that to her. I've done that to Tiger Lily. I'll tell some big story and then get to the end, and then it's a punchline. And like, you had me believe in every word of it. I've got that persuasive personality, I guess, and a voice. And my voice is, yeah, the Riviera is long gone now. It went the way of the nickel cigar, and there's so many places out there. And I hate to see. I spent New Year's Eve up in the top of the Riviera one night. There was a party room up there they'd set up with an open bar and free eats and best view out the window of Vegas. Watch the fireworks from up there, and ate and drank on somebody else's dime a little bit. I don't drink much. I don't drink any now. But anyway, I'm going to have to shut up, or I'm going to run up on 5 hours here. But thank you guys for hanging with me. Like I said, subscribe to the channel, set the notification bell to on so you keep up with all the fun stuff we're doing over here. Figure out what I'm going to do with my beard. Maybe I'll auction my beard off. I'll cut it off and mail it to some lucky viewer. No, I'm just kidding. That's, I don't know what you do. Now, Dave Scott actually collects beard. He has a beard collection of people that have been on his show. When they cut their beard off, they send it to him, and he's got them in baggies hanging on his wall. That's a little weird. I'm going to hang on to my beard. I mean, Dave might go rogue and decide to plant my beard at a crime scene. Then how would I prove it wasn't me? They've got my DNA. Anyway, thanks again, everybody, for hanging with me, especially you West Coast or East Coasters, rather. It's 3, almost 4 in the morning there, but it's New Year's Eve. This happens once a year. No shit, right, Steve? Sorry, what's foot? I promised I wouldn't get blue. But thanks to everybody that watched on Facebook, here on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Twitch. And I had a great time tonight. I'd invited some people up. I invited my writers. I invited Cisco and Donnie Cho and some other people. Nobody took me up, so I did what I do best. I sit here and entertain you guys. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am blessed, and in turn, I bless each and every one of you. Thanks again. Have a happy New Year, everybody. I'm going to eat and take a nap. And I'll see you at the next stream or at the next premiere, or I'm not sure what we've got coming out on Missing Persons and Mysteries soon, but we've got other videos coming out there. I've got a really good paranormal story that I've recorded that I've got to edit, and they'll be up over there. Oh, excuse me. I said nap, and now I'm starting to yawn. But thanks, everybody. Nora, I hope you're feeling better. You hung in there with us, so hopefully you weren't up dancing around. And I like that avatar there. I just don't leave home without it. I've got 2 or 3, but this is my favorite one. All right. Well, again, total blast. That's what I aimed for, and I delivered on it. I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I thought, that maybe only 2 or 3 people show up. People go to parties. People's family. I don't have any family. You guys are my family. You are my family and my friends. I'm a loner. I'm an outcast. I'm an outcast among the other outcasts. Always been that way, an outsider among the outsiders. And I like that. And I'm okay with that. But you guys, you're family. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, no, thank you. There's the first Twitch bot. No. Sorry, not interested. No interest. Next, they'll be telling me there, I'm from Microsoft and I will help you fix your computer. Well, thank you for the offer there, but I'm doing good with promotion and stuff anyway. On my other YouTube channel, I've got 250,000 followers and subscribers, and get 2 million views a month. If you can beat that, we might have something to talk about. But otherwise, thanks, but no thanks, buddy. All right, all my dedicated stock tonight. CI Pam Smith, you're one of them. And Edna, everybody here, you're stock tonight if you want to be. They started calling themselves that. I didn't cook that up. That's not a marketing scheme or anything, but there's even merchandise that they've asked for with that on there. Okay. Look at that. Been up for over 36 hours, but feeling better. Those meds, I know all too well. Been there myself. But everybody take it easy. Can't take it easy. Take it however you can get it. But be careful. Stay safe. Stay warm. Stay hydrated. That's one of the things I've learned since they've changed my meds and stuff around. I've quadrupled my water intake. It helps with everything because, number one, those diuretics really dry everything out. And I mean everything. But drinking water, just regular water, I've almost completely quit soda. That's took off a lot of weight. I was drinking like a 2 liter a day of Mountain Dew, something sugary and sweet. And I still drink my coffee. I love my black coffee, but water. I used to have a lot of joint pain and stuff like that. I have gout sometimes. That's a pre-arthritic condition. My grandmother had rheumatoid arthritis, rheumatism, she used to call it. And she'd take a little drink of whiskey. That was her rheumatism medicine, but I can't do that with the medicines I'm on. But I've noticed that drinking water, I'm more flexible. My ankles and elbows and everything's knees aren't as stiff when I wake up in the morning. Stay hydrated. Knock on wood. Call the wood fairies. Uh-oh, I did it now. Okay, folks. Again, I'm a Southern boy. It's hard. Goodbyes are hard for us. So we just say, bye. Y'all come back. Good night, John boy. Good night, Mariana. Good night, Ma. Good night, Pa. But good night, everybody. I love each and every one of you. I appreciate you. If there's ever anything I can do for you, let me know. If I can send you something, if I can pray for you, if I can offer you some support. I'm a good listener. Believe it or not, as good as I can talk, I can listen twice as well. But I'm a good listener. I'm a good talker. I'm a good person to. There you go. Drink water for fibromyalgia. All right. Good night, everybody. I really, really, really got to get out of here this time. I'm starving, and otherwise it's going to be time for another break. I haven't eaten since this morning. I had a banana, and but I got some rice and beans and dirty rice and Cajun pintos in there waiting on me with some hot ground sausage in it. So banana's good. Eat a banana a day if you can tolerate them. Okay. Good night, Kathita Gray. Thank you for being here. You've hung with me the whole time. I believe you were here at the start, if not close to it, but you've been here all the rest of the time. She says good night to all and happy new year. Good night to everybody on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Steve Stockton. I'm out of here. Good night, everybody. Happy New Year. I'll see you real soon.